the singing of the national anthem, which will be played from the back. Please proceed, national anthem.
Ntate Namani Dixon Masemula, Honorable MEC, Ntate Thabo Mkhoni, the acting Executive Mayor of the Vembe District Municipality, Councillor Machete, the Mayor of Musina, the Mayor of Makado Municipality, the Chairman of the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, together with your team of directors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lehlogonolo Masora. I am the CEO of Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, a state-owned company, a subsidiary of NIDA. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, those who are present here on this occasion of the Symposium for the launch of the Smart City, a model for Musina Makado Special Economic Zone. like to heartily welcome our colleagues who are connected virtually from across the country, including our international guests who are connected online from the People's Republic of China, from Europe, in Belgium, in Zimbabwe, and many other countries that I will later acknowledge once I get a confirmation of the credentials. I also wish to recognize and acknowledge the patriots who have come to know of this occasion and have voluntarily decided to participate in this auspicious occasion. We're very much pleased with your participation in this symposium, and I also wish to recognize several of our distinguished guests that are here and that are connected online. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of I also wish to recognize our host, the Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the University of Venda. Thanks very much, Dr. Ntambereni, for hosting us on this important day. To you and your members of the Executive Committee, I've already acknowledged the directors of the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zones that are present here and those who are connected online. I would also want to recognize the presence of our panelists and moderators, including among them Dr. Chidize Rachidanga, Dr. Gopal from the CSIR, Professor Kevin from the University of Bolton in the United Kingdom, Professor Mukhalaka, Dr. Abrahams, Mr. Orobindo, Professor Joseph Francis, Dr. Caspar Benderhorst, Dr. Tinaro, Dr. Maluta, Professor Ganyani. I also wish to recognize the presence of the senior officials from the several municipalities in our districts, the Bembe District Municipality, Musina Municipality, and the Mercado Municipality. I also wish to recognize the presence of our special guests from Spatialize, who have done a very wonderful job in leading this initiative of the Smart City Model, led by Mr. Yusuf Patel. And also recognize our colleagues from the Limpopo Chamber of Commerce and Industry, represented by their president, Mr. Jeleni, together with the district chamber. I also wish to recognize a special delegation from what we call Trans-Limpopo Spatial Development Initiative, which is a collaboration between the province of Limpopo in South Africa and the sister provinces of Matebele South in Zimbabwe, who are connected online. Our special colleagues from the People's Republic of China, who are both the operator of the south side of our SEZ and the investors that have taken their time to connect to this important engagement. Recognize various representatives of the communities present here, including the representatives of the Mulambani Communal Property Association, and the distinguished representatives of various traditional authorities that are present here and that are connected online. Once more, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this important occasion. I will from time to time do some more acknowledgement. I must also recognize the presence of Team MMSEZ, the officials of the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone. As and when I get the confirmation of the colleagues that are connected online, I will continue to acknowledge them, including the Group CEO of LEADER, together with the CEOs of various parastatals, subsidiaries of LEADER, but also a delegation from the Limpopo Provincial Administration, led by Mema Gwaza on behalf of the Director General, Ntatena Bin Chabeleng. Thanks very much, colleagues, for joining us virtually. We would have loved to have you here at the University of Venda, but for obvious reasons, we are unable to have you here, but we're glad that you've connected online to engage with us. Having said that, I will then take this opportunity and invite on stage our host, the Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Tambereni, to welcome us at this wonderful university. Over to you, Prof.
Director, Mr. Masoga, acting Premier of the Limpopo Province, MEC Dixon Masimu, the MEC of the Limpopo Provincial Government of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Mr. Nkoni. Councillor Machete was representing the Executive Mayor of the Member District Municipality. Worship Councillor Mithoti Mutlope, the Mayor of Musina Municipality, and all distinguished guests that are here this morning. It is such a great pleasure for me to convey words of welcome to the University of Venda and to Koyando, Limpopo Province of our country, South Africa. We're indeed honored to be hosting this important symposium to launch the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone City Model. In positioning the University of Venda for impact and relevance, our strategic plan 2021-2025 has put emphasis on 4 interconnected trusts that are as follows: the student-centeredness and engaged scholarship, the intrapreneurial university, governance for outstanding scholarship, and the linkages, partnership, and internationalization. This symposium thus propels us towards a university leading in engaged scholarship, which is how our vision is captured with a mission as the University of Venda that produce graduates that are locally relevant and globally competitive. The theme for this symposium resonates with our vision, mission, and values, and this symposium provides a unique opportunity for all of us because of its scope, as it has attracted delegates from all over the world, people with wide-ranging skills, knowledge on the issue of smart cities. The symposium comes on the back of the collaboration between the University of Venda and Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone state-owned company. Following several years of bilateral cooperations and sharing of experiences, we are pleased that our engagement has culminated in a formalized collaboration in the form of a 5-year memorandum of understanding signed between the investor vendor and Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone. The memorandum of understanding, as it were, enjoins the two parties to collaborate in undertaking research, scholarly and commercial initiative for the mutual benefit. In part, the investor vendor has, through this memorandum of understanding, committed to use its capabilities and expertise to support the rollout of the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone. We appreciate the responsibility and the recognition of the role of universities, science councils in the development like this, and in particular, the role to be played by the investor vendor. Universities are not just ivory towers that produce knowledge for its sake. They are the oil that propels the engines for growth. Thus, Manuel Castells and Peter Holz say the following: we could not have opted for a better way to posit that university are the knowledge economy to what coal mines were to the industrial economy. The knowledge economy, what we are calling today fourth industrial revolution, is indeed upon us. And we have to adapt and maximize on the opportunities brought by it, or else we will be left behind. Our participation in the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone is therefore an opportune moment for the investor vendor to play a crucial role in the development of its surroundings. This places us in a position where we can be part of the intellectual discourse about the kinds of cities we envisage, and give us an opportunity to contribute to the redesigning and remaking of the new South Africa we all want. We are encouraged by the consultative process that the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone has embraced to date. In this regard, we appreciate the various waves of consultations via the environmental impact assessments, Limpopo Provincial Spatial Development Framework, Provisional Planning Forum, and the Limpopo Regional Spatial Development Perspective. Some of these engagements were concluded, others still underway. And this represents the points of opportunities for stakeholders to find each other and clearly streamline the roles and the contribution and the value add to the implementation of the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone. Program Director, I want to assure you that the investor vendor has what it takes to fulfill its responsibilities as stated in a memorandum of understanding. We are one of the fastest growing universities in the Southern Africa in terms of the depth of our academics, our students' output and throughput, and the quality of our research outputs. We are making good progress with growing our own timber of rated researchers, and we currently have 31 National Research Foundation rated researchers. Our academics are making great strides in innovation. We now have 11 completed registered patents in different fields, including health, food technology, engineering, and management sciences. Just between 2016 and 2020, the investor vendor has graduated 88 computer scientists, 148 urban and regional planners, 157 engineering graduates, and 1,663 environmentalists. I mention these patents and only these graduates because of their relevance in today's topic to demonstrate our potential in contributing to the development of Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone. Some of our graduates have made significant strides in their professional lives. Others have become notable figures, while some are playing a crucial role nationally, and quite a number of them are hosting our national flag abroad. We strive for academic excellence and leadership. However, ours is not excellence without a soul. That Lewis lamented in his 2007 book, which I quote, that it's a university playing a critical role in transformation agenda of this region, in this region, and the province and the country at large. We see our role as contributing to the molding and grooming of young people into adults who will take up important responsibilities in their communities and societies. True to this role, our commitment is to develop our university into what he recalls wells from which imaginations, invention, creativity are drawn to benefit the society, where future leaders learn the lessons, good and bad, that university teach, where students' discoveries and innovations will be the source of the national prosperity in the coming centuries. We are confident that the caliber of our graduates we produce will, together with academics, make invaluable contribution to Musina-Macado's special economic zone. Hence, we have committed ourselves to use our capabilities, our expertise, and to undertake research and make scholarly inputs and contribute to the commercial initiative emanating from these engagements. The trace of evolution of cities around the world, you will find a common thread that suggests that cities have been anchored, if not established, on the back of skills and economic windfalls. But with the history of colonialism and apartheid in our country, I'm tempted to agree with the economic historian Cornelis de Gewitt, who argued that, and I quote, South Africa survived politically by disasters and economically by windfalls, close quote. Similarly, the development of South African cities follow the same pattern of political disasters and economic windfalls. From Cape Town to Johannesburg, Pretoria to Durban and others, all our cities have their fair share of a tale of politics or economic windfalls. Whereas Johannesburg evolved from the back of the windfall of the discovery of gold, Pretoria became the capital city after a negotiated settlement in Vereeniging that ended the Anglo-Boer War. The Union government of 1910 that went on to build a monument of unity in the form of union buildings was a political disaster in the sense that it was a union of the English and the Boers at the exclusion of the Africans. Thus, the mobilization of blacks in general and Africans in particular towards 1912 was inevitable, if not indeed a historic necessity. We also know that Durban and Cape Town evolution stems from their strategic and geographical location that place them as port of entry and of commerce. However, a lot of political disasters that spilled blood, maimed limbs, and took lives happened in the course of their formation into cities. I can go on, but the story doesn't change. It's a history of conquest, dispossession, mutiny that explains the founding of the most of our cities. The new dispensation, however, offers us a new opportunity to change that narrative. This is precisely the reason why when the President of our Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, announced during his State of the Nation address that government was conceptualizing the development of the new post-apartheid cities, many of us welcomed this pronouncement with great enthusiasm. The fact that these will not be just ordinary cities, but for all intents and purposes will be smart cities. Let us proud and optimistic about the comparative advantages for South African amongst its peers in the world. We must never underestimate the work we are doing in this part of the country of South Africa. It may appear small and may not attract the fanfare that is characteristic of other big cities. But what you and I and all of us here are involved in is big. Some may not see or live in it, but it will be a legacy we leave behind for future generations. I hope history will be fair to us when the prosperity pulls the sagacious pen, she will record that, on the 16th of September 2021, men and women of vision sat on the precinct of the University of Venda to champion a cause of civilization and thus contributed to the building of our nation and creating a better life for all. As we embark upon this journey, the secret of success lies in our preparedness to learn from others. We must take leaf from the men who built the city-state out of a backwater slum, Lee Kuan Yew, the founding father of Singapore as we know it today. In the foreword to Lee Kuan Yew autobiography, Henry Kissinger appreciated in retrospect the work that Yew did in Singapore. Kissinger counseled to those who wish to follow in his footsteps of Yew, is recognized that every great achievement is a dream before it becomes a reality. We are here today to share, what we are here today to share is not an illusion, but it is tomorrow's achievement. Let us go on and dream, and when we dream, we must dream big. Prof. Kishore Mumbani, the former dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore, has been generous to share with us the secret recipe for Singapore's success. According to him, the recipe is straightforward and encapsulated in acronyms MPH, which stand for meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty. In Singapore, the best take the lead in everything. When tenders to build a power station are awarded in Singapore, they will not go to a relative of somebody in charge. The job will be allocated to the best engineering company or team. The Singapore leadership under you were pragmatists. They were not ideologues. They vowed to implement what works irrespective of whether it came from either the West or the East. They were also honest and have zero tolerance to corruption. They used to punish the most senior people to make example to the rest of the society. Some of you may be wondering, how does your formula relate to what we are here to discuss? The cult of mediocrity, corruption, and to some extent our penchant ideology explain our stagnation, if not regression, as a society. We all know that, the wet coals, what it did to the power stations of ESCOM, how a teacher clipped the wings of the South African Airways, how our ideological proclivities obscure our vision to get the correct measurements for the height of our rail fleet. If we follow mediocrity to trump merit, if we allow corruption to fester instead of honesty and to thrive, and if we are beholden to ideology instead of pragmatism, we may as well pack our bags. I dare say that Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone Smart City will only be a success if it is anchored in the MPH pillars of success. We must remember that the Silicon Valley in the USA was established in the back of mainly two things: the strong private on the one hand and the critical mass of skill produced by the universities on the other. Need I remind you that the city is considered smart if it leverages the innovation, the data collection, analysis capabilities as the ingredients of what makes a smart city. However, a smart city requires smart people. We need therefore to be churning out large numbers of skills and capabilities innovation. I have no doubt that the investor vendor's readiness to provide the human capital and the technical expertise that will contribute to the making of our new city. We are ready to be the oil that will propel this engine into motion. I believe that if all of us embrace and buy into the vision of Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone, as articulated in the working groups, we will succeed. We are fortunate because, unlike Singapore, we have mineral deposit in our region, and there's abundant potential for different economic activities. South Africa is indeed alive with possibilities. Let us not squander them, but exploit them for the benefit of posterity. I've been impressed, Program Director, by the program that I've seen, and will be keenly follow the proceedings, and will be interested in understanding the resolution and the key challenges that the symposium will deliberate, and look forward to the opportunities of engagement in co-creating the solution that work for all people of our region. May I encourage you to think hard through solutions such that the discussion should lead to the development of concrete programs and products that the smart city concept will bring to the region and Limpopo province and the South Africa economy at large. As I conclude, allow me to appreciate the support we receive from government, the provincial government, and the Office of the Premier. May I also thank the Investor Vendor, Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone Symposium Project Steering Committee, and their Symposium Organizing Committee for having worked hard to ensure that we have this symposium today. I wish you all a happy, successful symposium. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Ntambeleni, thanks very much for the warm and kind words. We really appreciate. I also wish to recognize the participation of our students from the University of Venda who are virtually connected, several national and provincial agencies, including Infrastructure SA in the presidency. Thanks very much for joining us, colleagues. Without wasting much time, I will then invite Honorable Councillor Machete to say a few words on behalf of the Executive Mayor for the Venda District Municipality. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director, to give me this opportunity to read the message of support from the Office of the Executive Mayor in Venda District. Program Director, Chief Executive Officer of the MMSEZ, Mr. Masoka Tlonolo, the Limpopo Premier, Honorable Acting Premier, in fact, and then the Ministry of the Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Mr. Mukoni Tabo, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Venda, Dr. Bernard Ntambeleni, the Board Chairperson of the MMSEZ, SOC, Dr. Mufasa Lekota, the Resident Representative of UNDP, Dr. Ayodele Odusola, the Moderator, Professor Ntebogang Mukhalaka, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, Professor Chilizima Rwara, all protocol observed. Good morning. Program Director, it is my great pleasure to have been afforded this opportunity to make remarks in this event. As Venda District Municipality, we are delighted that the event is happening at our space. Thanks to the University of Venda for hosting us. It has been long that we have heard of the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone. Some of us did not know what this concept means. Through various briefings, We were then brought closer to the understanding of this concept. The district is located at one of the biggest gates to the other parts of the African continent. In pursuit of this district geographical location, the government has deemed it necessary to declare Musina and Makhado as special economic zone. This is the area which all shall be subjected to different economic regulations than other regions within the same country. These economic regulations shall in one way or another attract the domestic and foreign direct investment, which shall contribute immensely in reducing the unemployment rate in the country while promoting the national economic growth and exports. We are meeting today in this symposium to discuss the activities that go with the development of the special economic zone. It should be noted that the development of the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone has already commenced. We hope we shall be updated of the progress made so far as the symposium progresses. The commencement of the development requires adherence to certain laws of the country, that custodian of which are various government departments. This therefore means that there are projects which may not be finalized without prior authority of particular government institution. These include housing, water and sanitation, electricity, and roads, to mention just a few. It therefore goes without saying that the services of the government institution shall be needed to unlock some of the challenges that may have a potential to derail progress. I therefore call upon all government institutions to be responsive as urgent as possible, and when they are called, to assist. To the speakers in this symposium, we are all ears. Share with us all what you know about the subject of today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the leadership of our district municipality, Councillor Machete, for the wonderful words on behalf of the executive mayor. Today is the day of imagination and reimagination of what our future should look like. Conceptualization and reconceptualization of what indeed that future should look like, modeling and the remodeling of that future. But above all, today is the day of unbundling the dream. And thanks very much to the Limpopo Provincial Administration under the stewardship of the Honorable the Premier, Ntateston Nichubu Matawata, for providing the leadership and guidance to all of us. And thanks very much for delegating one of your distinguished members of the Executive Council, the former MEC for Education, the former MEC for the Department of Transport, Security and Liaison, and the current MEC for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. A tough taskmaster, Honorable MEC Masemola, who's standing in for the Premier as the acting Premier to deliver an opening address to this important occasion. We call upon him. Namanja Khomya Mogodum, Obed.
Very much, the Program Director, for this important meeting this morning. The Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Ntambeleni, and your executive team of the academics who are part of this important gathering today. The Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg, who's part of the panelists attending online, Professor Chilizi Marwala, my colleague, MEC for Lidet, Honorable Tabo Mugoni, together with your head of department and other senior officials from your department who are part of this meeting this morning. Representatives of other universities, both locally and as well as abroad, attending online, coming from various parts of the world. Chairperson of the board, Dr. Mufasa Lekuta, and your team of board members and the administrative team that you are leading together with the program director, Ndatel Hlogonolo Masuka. Your Majesty, together with the royal leaders present physically and as well as online, coming from this part of the province. The acting executive mayor of Bembe District Municipality, Councillor Machete, the mayor of Musina Local Municipality, Councillor Mihloti, the mayor of Makato Municipality, Councillor Munyai, and councillors who are part of your team present at this meeting this morning. The keynote speaker for this event today, Dr. Adusole, UNDP resident representative here in our country, leaders of commercial sector, both local and as well as abroad. I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of our Premier, Chubu Stanley Matabata, who would have loved to be part of this meeting this morning but couldn't make it due to the National Cabinet Lekgotla that is underway as we speak. And therefore, I want to start by passing warm words of greetings to all of you by saying good morning to all of you. Firstly, Program Director, let me join you in welcoming all of you to this important symposium on the Musina Makado Spatial Economic Zone. I want to start by expressing our gratitude to the University of Venda for hosting this Mind Gymnasium occasion this morning until later in the afternoon. The University of Venda continues to play a role as a great and reliable research and development partner for our provincial government, given the central role of research and development in societal development and contribution to discourse of national and international importance, occasion in changing the development patterns of the world countries and our country in particular, and of course this province to be more specific. We are really and highly indebted to this university for its support and selfless supply of intellectual resources to the arsenal of growth and development of our beautiful province, Limpopo. When we said some years ago that we needed to transform our institutions of higher learning from being ivory towers into people's institutions, we meant that universities needed to play the role that UNIVEN today is actually displaying, of creating the necessary platforms for disputations on various matters of strategies and policy development, and as well as policy review, and therefore providing government with options on how best to pursue socio-economic initiatives in the interest of our people, and therefore occasioning this country and this province for a better destination. We are confident that through this kind of partnership, the Musina Makado SEZ project will become a great success. In this regard, the University of Venda has already positioned itself to be a trusted supplier of skills required for the implementation of the Special Economic Zone project. Given the need for technical skills needed for the economic project of massive character, collaborative efforts of institutions of higher learning is encouraged, given their different areas of focus and their capacities going forward. The Symposium, Honorable Program Director, forms part of a multifaceted approach to the task of building Limpopo that we want. The Limpopo we want is the province that will be characterized by socio-economic development as captured and aspired in the Limpopo Development Plan, otherwise known as the LDP for our province. As you know, the LDP is the socio-economic growth and development blueprint for our provincial government. The first edition of the LDP guided the fifth administration in terms of integrated planning and ensuring effective and efficient delivery of services. We have since adopted the second edition of the LDP, which focuses on the mandate to place our province on a high trajectory of economic development. This plan, Program Director, is a socio-economic blueprint with an entrenched focus on mining, agricultural sector, tourism, manufacturing, industrialization, and a bit of a biased focus on the support for small, micro, medium enterprises and as well as cooperatives. It is our considered view that this focused approach to economic development will indeed become a game changer in redefining the economic landscape of the province. This will certainly help us to ensure productive capacity of our provincial economy and thereby contributing to the overall economic development and restructuring of any effort in the interest of building a very reliable, a very resilient economy to create jobs and opportunities for the livelihood of our people. Through this LDP, we are reaffirming our commitment to the people of Limpopo, our province, a commitment to change their lives for the better. This is our guide and compass as we traverse the journey towards our promised land, the land of dreams and aspirations contained in the National Development Plan and Africa Agenda 2063. Through this LDP, we will marshal every effort, skill and commitment towards the task of breathing life to the ideal for a better life for all. This is our commitment to building the Limpopo that we want. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director and fellow South Africans, comrades and friends, for us as government, the Musina Makhado SEZ is a historic opportunity for growth and development. It is an opportunity to contribute towards the eradication of the inherited yet stubborn challenges of poverty, unemployment, and as well as inequality. Indeed, the Musina Makhado Spatial Economic Zone is our flagship project for economic development initiatives. Through this initiative and through partnership with you in the private sector, we hope to stimulate economic growth, create much needed employment opportunities, and reduce the increasing gap of inequality in society. We continue to invite potential investors, both domestic and as well as internationally, to identify opportunities in the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone. I can confirm on behalf of our Premier that opportunities are actually limitless in this special economic zone. Opportunities range from manufacturing, agro-processing, automotive, steel, pharmaceutical, logistics, so on and so forth. We speak with authority, ladies and gentlemen, when we say that the Musina Makhado SEZ enjoys an overwhelming support of our national government. The President, Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, supports this initiative because it is indeed in line with this vision of a district-based development approach, hence the need to continue to mobilize a broad front towards achievement of the primary objectives contained thereof, and well articulated politically, nationally, provincially, and of course, occasion for proper realization as led also by our municipal leaders at the district level and as well as the municipalities. The Limpopo provincial government has placed this Musina Makado SEZ project at the apex of its priorities. We believe that the only available option for us is to make this project a resounding success. The Musina Makado SEZ is indeed expected to revolutionize the economic outlook of the Bembe district of our province and the economy of our country as a whole. Over and above this, the Musina Makado SEZ is expected to have a visible and solid footprint in the rest of the SADC countries. As you would know, this SEZ project is nestled in an area that borders Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Mozambique, and in fact, the gateway to Africa. Its strategic location therefore becomes extremely important, and that is why this platform of a mine gymnasium academically to look for policy options and strengthening of capacities required becomes extremely important, because our contribution will not only be felt domestically, but it will be felt right across the continent and beyond the borders of our beautiful continent. This, on its own, Program Director, is a major competitive advantage for those businesses which will be located in the Musina Makado SEZ area. I can confirm that there is no area that is so ripe for development and regional integration than the area where this SEZ is located. The next trigger for economic boom will happen in this area of Makado Musina SEZ. This boom will be supported by the rich mineral deposits which are found or straddles the area and across the rest of the province. And I want to say briefly in this regard that the future of this country is no longer in Gauteng province, precisely because the mineral deposits endowed historically in that part of the land are being depleted, are getting depleted, I mean to say, and therefore the future of South Africa focuses or points towards the north where we are. Given the competitive advantage of the mineral deposits that straddles almost the entire landscape in all 5 districts of the province in their various characterization. And therefore this discussion today becomes extremely important on how do we leverage on this God's given treasure in the interest of creating better development and therefore create those cities that are so much required post-apartheid South Africa under this new dispensation. These mineral deposits, Chairperson, and the mining value chain provide opportunities for local manufacturing, deepen industrialization, and enhance inclusive economic development. As government, we are confident of the support of the institutions of higher learning, to be more in particular, University of Venda. And we have to ensure that the new city emerging out of this development is indeed a smart city. And that is why academic discourse remains and continues to be very important to occasion this noble idea towards its realizable goal. Doing business in the SEZ area is a completely different ballgame. You may know that the Musina Makado SEZ is actually a very huge project, which is divided into the southern side and the northern side. As you know, the southern part of our SEZ is mainly our metallurgical hub. Plans for this part of the SEZ includes the construction of several plants, which will include a coal-fired power plant, a coking plant, stainless steel plant, high carbon ferrochrome plant, and as well as silicon manganese plant. There has already been a huge appetite for investments in this part of the SEZ. Fresh and more opportunities are on the northern part of this SEZ initiative. That is the area that seeks to attract new investments. Opportunities in this area are countless, from light to medium-sized industries. This area is expected to be a logistic hub for the province and the SADC region. We also expect investments in the areas of agro-processing, automotives, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and many other business areas and focus points. Together with the University of Venda, we must ensure that our people are best and well equipped to take advantage of these opportunities. This means that the University of Venda, together with other TVET colleges, must assist in the production of the skills required by the SEZ. We know, although skills are not an exclusive asset of a particular geo-zone, as they know no boundaries. However, we are duty-bound to prepare our people for the massive job opportunities by preparing and equipping them to appropriately be able to come and take advantage of this massive investment, so that we don't see flight of jobs out of our province. We don't see flight of jobs out of our localities. We don't see flight of jobs out of our own country, precisely because skills and intellectual development knows no boundary, and therefore is not an asset of a particular geo-space located elsewhere in this continent or in this world. Our collective task, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, is indeed to ensure that we have the necessary supply of human capital to work in this SEZ project. This remains, and it is indeed an assignment that we cannot fail to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans and comrades and friends, I know that the day is long ahead of us with a very hectic program. As I move toward conclusion, it remains very important to re-emphasize the leadership that our Premier, Honorable Chubu Stanley Matawata, has demonstrated indeed fighting malfeasance and malversation as a cancer that quite often than not eats the moral fiber of society and therefore diverts government from its main focus of providing leadership, distributing resources, and aligning them properly for effective development of our own towns, of our own villages, and of course, as well, some of the suburban areas of our province. Mine was really to appreciate the collaborative work between our government and various institutions of learning, including all the institutions of higher learning in this province, and of course, as well, most probably with the support and interest of others beyond the boundaries of our own province. The development of our province is such a serious business that cannot be entrusted to one entity or organization. Therefore, collective and collaborative work is a known ingredient for a success. Let us continue the partnership to build the Limpopo province that we so much want to see. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor and Principal, for hosting this important discussion today. I thank you, Ndodebua, Hakensa, Kialebu, Tobe. Thanks, Madam. Thanks, Doctor.
Acting Premier Masemola, thanks very much for officially opening our symposium. We really appreciate that. And as we shift the gear, I wish to put on record that we now have got 4 universities in South Africa, 3 universities in South Africa plus 1 in UK connected to this platform. The University of Venda, University of Witwatersrand, and the University of Johannesburg, together with the Bolton University in the United Kingdom. And I also wish to heartily welcome the participation of the Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the University of Johannesburg, Professor Marwala. We really appreciate your efforts and your presence in this occasion. We now, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding towards the keynote address that shall be delivered by none other than Dr. Ayodele Odisola. Dr. Odisola is a resident representative for the United Nations Development Programme, commonly known as the UNDP, in South Africa, and a director of the UNDP Africa Finance Sector Hub. Before he became the resident representative, Dr. Odisola was the chief economist and head of the strategy and analysis team for the United Nations Development Programme's Regional Bureau for Africa, commonly known as RBA, where he coordinated economic, social, and environmental dimensions of development in Africa. He provided intellectual leadership to the Sustainable Development Goals acceleration framework in the Sub-Saharan Africa, managing the network of senior economists in the United Nations Development Programme, Africa Country Office, and providing strategic advice on policy matters to the RBA director. Dr. Odisola is a Nigerian national and holds a PhD in economics from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. We shall now connect live to Dr. Odisola, who will be delivering his keynote address virtually. Over to you, Dr. Odisola. Thank you very much. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
The program director and the CEO of Musina Makato Special Economic Zone, Excellencies, Honorable Stanley Matabata, the Premier Limpopo Province Government, Chancellor Nenguda, the Executive Mayor, Venda District Municipality, Dr. Bernard Itambeleni, the Vice Chancellor, University of Venda, Dr. Mawala, the Vice Chancellor, University of Johannesburg, Dr. Lekota, the Board Chair of Musina Makato Special Economic Zone, Professor Mukalaka, the panel moderator, all panelists, all MEC of the Limpopo Provincial Government, all mayors, councillors, Musina Makato Special Economic Zone board members, representative of governments and diplomatic corps, representative of the organized private sector, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is really a pleasure to be with you today, and it is a honor for me to really present the keynote address on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, implications for economic integration, on the occasion of this Smart City Model Symposium. I will also be talking about the relevance of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to Musina Makato Special Economic Zone. I just want to start by really congratulating the organizers of this event for an excellent job, because to bring a set of people that I've had and that I've seen on the list in an event like this is not an easy task. I want to say big congratulations for bringing this wealth of experience together. I will be talking on a few things, but let me just start with the role of Musina Makato Special Economic Zone as a catalyst to economic transformation. And I would like to start by acknowledging the innovative approach to development through the establishment of Musina Makato Special Economic Zone, which is aimed to catalyze economic development in Limpopo province in specific and in South Africa in general. If well-resourced and implemented, it is going to be a game changer, not only for South Africa, but for SADC and Africa. It could be an important tool of attracting investment, both domestic and foreign, supporting value chain development and economic diversification, creating decent jobs, and boosting export of goods and services. Experiences from other parts of the world have shown how special economic zones have fostered backward and forward linkages with the rest of the economy. A successful Musina Makato Special Economic Zone could firmly integrate Limpopo economy within the national economy and facilitate smooth integration to the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, the African economy, as well as the global economy. This special economic zone, building on other special economic zones in the country and the rest of the world, is novel and innovative as it incorporates a smart city model consisting of integration of digital technology and ICT, encouraging a smart and responsive governance infrastructure, ensuring smart mobility, and reflecting the region's unique urban and rural characteristics of land usage. This approach makes Musina Makato Special Economic Zone to incorporate the principle of building back better after the ravaging effect of COVID-19 over the past 18 months. The smart city concept, if well managed, could help lay the foundation for a resilient economy in Limpopo province, as it will facilitate access. Sorry for the echo. Yeah, as it will facilitate access to knowledge and infrastructure, which is critical to accelerate development of small-scale enterprises, facilitate greater trade, and improve livelihood. It could help the province and the country to tap into the potential of intra-African trade, and in particular, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Given the centrality of special economic zones, UNDP since the 80s has worked with many countries across the world to promote this model of development, including in Ethiopia and Rwanda in recent times. We see it as an important tool to promote structural economic transformation, economic diversification, national and regional value chain development. It could be an approach to end exporting of primary commodities to stop exporting our jobs to the rest of the world. This explains why UNDP's renewed strategic offer in Africa offers a pathway for recovery and resilience through structural economic transformation that will expand regional economic integration, promote private sector development, and help operationalize the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. In this regard, UNDP sees these Special Economic Zone Smart City Initiative and its linkages with the broader Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement agenda a magnificent opportunity for bold actions and concrete impact on the ground. Also, if you allow me, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to really reflect on the African Continental Free Trade and its benefits to Musina Makato Special Economic Zone. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement will be the world's largest free trade area by the number of countries participating once fully operational. The African Continental Free Trade strives to establish a single continent-wide market for goods and services that connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined GDP value of $3.4 trillion. Allowing the free movement of business travelers and investment, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will create a continental customs union to streamline trade and attract long-term investment. Consequently, the new mutually beneficial business and investment agreement will be formed. New technology will be shared in the region in faster and easier ways. And new knowledge and skills will be exchanged between individuals and institutions across Africa. It will also increase momentum towards implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union by engaging people in gainful economic activities. In line with the principle of special economic zone, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement will trigger positive changes to economic structure and financial development, including accelerated tariffs reduction and non-tariff barriers, greater customs cooperation and trade facilitation, unified regulatory measures and mutual administrative assistance that will help Africa to boost growth, reduce poverty, create jobs, and broaden economic inclusion in agriculture, natural resources, manufacturing, and the services, including logistics and packaging, which South Africa is known very well for. It presents a major opportunity for African countries to boost income by 450 billion by 2030. The continental market access will reduce vulnerability to external shocks associated with primary commodity exports, promote economic resilience, broaden continental tax bases, and wean many African economies away from overdependence on volatile export earnings. The impact of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement on greater job opportunities and capacitation of small-scale enterprises could be immense. The trade agreement has the potential to increase employment opportunities and income, helping to expand opportunities for all Africans. The potential increase in manufacturing jobs, commercial enterprises, and agribusinesses, productive economic opportunities, business and new methods of service delivery could change the lives of millions of women and youth who often face higher levels of unemployment and are overrepresented in vulnerable groups and informal sector economy. The inclusion of the informal sector in African trade could be the game changer for transforming small-scale enterprises as engines of economic growth and employment creation on the continent. The successful implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement will offer immense benefits to small-scale enterprises, including mainstreaming of trading practices, accelerating market access, which has been a major challenge in most African countries, and enhancing mobility and technology transfer, which is a binding constraint to development. Musina-Mercato Special Economic Zones offer immense opportunity, not only for Limpopo and South Africa to produce goods and services, but also to use a lot of potential opportunity and leverage the free inter-African free trade arrangement, which will bolster economic growth and inclusive development. If we have what we call the appropriate management strategy, and as earlier elucidated by previous speakers, that special economic zones do not just yield the benefit automatically. It has to be nurtured, it has to be managed, and it has to be effectively governed for it to produce the needed results. So in this regard, it is very important to have what we call enabling governance, enabling institutions, and enabling economic incentives for it to really work effectively. The strategic location of Musina-Mercato Special Economic Zone in SADC economic corridors make it to be the gateway to SADC and other parts of Africa. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is really a very good opportunity for us to look at how the African Continental Free Trade Agreement could benefit South Africa in an unimaginable way if well leveraged. The 9 provinces of South Africa offers a range of infrastructure benefits ranging from finance, manufacturing, transport, which provides a strong base for regional economic integration, particularly in the provinces of Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. The provinces of Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, Free State, and Limpopo, while experiencing a relatively low manufacturing capacity, has a vast endowment of various natural resources, such as minerals and agricultural produce, which serves as a large source of untapped potential, which can be unlocked under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement framework and through regional dialogues, there is room to link small-scale enterprises in Southern Africa to each other and other trade groups in Central, East, and West, as well as North Africa, to develop or replicate some of the programs and best practices from regional economic commissions, and also capitalize on the 5 regional economic commissions' strengths and focus on product lines with a competitive edge in order to boost intra-Africa trade. Southern Africa, and particularly South Africa, is well positioned to leverage Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement for its economics and development transformation in so many ways. First, Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is a potent tool for market expansion across such sectors as agriculture and food, mining, manufacturing, finance and insurance, energy, and automotive sectors. Of the 2.5 trillion in exports projected for 2030 for Africa, $823 billion are in manufacturing, $690 billion in natural resources, and over $119 billion in agriculture, and the remaining $256 billion in services. Can Musina-Mercato Special Economic Zone leverage this opportunity? I believe if it is effectively anchored, it could. Second, the rules of origins offers trailblazing role for South Africa through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The implementation of rule of origin under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which mandates a minimum level of processing of a product on the continent before it could be qualified as something that can be traded within this trade agreement, makes South Africa the first among equals level of economic sophistication and complexity. The Made in Africa approach through substantial value additions offer appreciable competitive advantage to South Africa. Third, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement offers South Africa opportunity for economic diversification to overcome the long-term sluggish, low-growth equilibrium trap. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement can support Southern and South Africa to really trade in a range of more diverse products because of elimination of tariffs and other barriers, thereby serving as an important incentive for accelerated economic diversification and industrialization. Finally, the level of digitalization and e-commerce in South Africa provides an edge to leverage Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation. The trade agreement schedule to include a protocol on e-commerce under phase 3 presents a unique opportunity for African countries to collectively establish common positions on e-commerce, harmonize digital economic regulation, and leverage the benefits of e-commerce. In the context of Southern Africa, a smart city will be developed on the back of the special economic zone, which we are all discussing today, along with other smart city initiatives in other provinces, which will provide a strong boost for digitalization and will contribute to the country's competitiveness. The country must, however, strengthen its digital capability and expand its electronic platforms and digital payment system to leverage this opportunity. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, some challenges are really calling for strategic attention. So we need to really make sure we address these challenges for us to maximize the benefit of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. First, the non-ratification of few countries, e.g. Botswana, and non-submission of tariff reduction schedules, e.g. Egypt, may delay the expected benefits of this initiative across the continent. Second, the challenge of full alignment of internal policies and procedures remain quite daunting. In the meantime, regional trade can be fostered by existing preferential trade conditions as adopted in SADC and COMESA. I think it's a solid opportunity that we need to leverage as a country. Third, with tariffs out of the way, the non-tariff barriers remain a serious challenge to realize the benefits of the agreement. We must pay maximum attention to addressing non-tariff barriers, which is really inhibiting trade on the continent. Fourth, the absence of benefits and loss sharing mechanism is a major disincentive. The experiences from SACO implementation offer a good example for the rest of Africa to really learn from. Fifth, the absence of subsidiarity principle in the presence of multiple trade and investment agreements with non-African countries that contradict the spirit and letters of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement remain an important challenge. Finally, addressing the mindset problem is really an issue. In terms of intra-African trade, there is what we call the psychological warfare, which means Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. The penchant for made commodities and goods and services that are made outside the country needs to change. Advocacy on made in Africa remains critical in addressing this particular challenge. How is UNDP supporting the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and how can it partner with MMSEZ Mercato Special Economic Zone? With these challenges which I've mentioned, UNDP recognizes that one of the greatest challenges in reducing the bottlenecks to implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement among member states and to align often lengthy and bureaucratic customs processes which hamper trade facilitation remain critical. In this regard, UNDP is engaged in several initiatives to foster enabling conditions in support of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement accelerated implementation. First, UNDP Africa, in collaboration with the Secretariat of the African Free Trade Agreement Area, as well as the African Investor, is conducting a continent-wide assessment on how to address regulatory challenges that impede intra-African trade, called regulations as a stimulus. The purpose of this assessment is threefold. One, to identify the most binding regulatory constraints to smooth trade flows in goods and services within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement framework. Two, to mobilize high-level support for domestic reform. And three, to support country and regional trade facilitation reform agenda through appropriate technical and advisory assistance. The second areas of intervention focuses on advocacy events, which is being organized on the 28th of September of this month at the margins of the United Nations General Assembly in New York to raise awareness on how to turn regulatory challenges into regulatory stimulus. I want to use this opportunity to invite all our listeners to be part of that process on the 28th of September and to see how we can turn some of the existing regulatory challenges into regulatory opportunities. Third, UNDP has also developed a regional project for supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and its secretariat through a series of activities that include the publication of annual feature report on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the organization of African Continental Free Trade Agreement Regional Dialogue in collaboration with the African Union and other Pan-African institutions, and the enhancement of export capacity of small-scale enterprises led by women and youth, among others. UNDP therefore avails itself of regional and global expertise that will advance the development of the special economic zone we are all here to witness. UNDP operates in 176 countries of the world, and we can facilitate the special economic zone, connecting this special economic zone to globally rated special economic zone. Our Africa Finance Sector Hub based in Pretoria here provides technical experts on private sector development, partnership engagement, innovative financing solutions, and development of impact investor map, as recently developed for the country. We are also facilitating business-to-business engagement between African countries and the rest of the world. In conclusion, Excellencies, MEC members, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade offers South Africa substantial opportunities for market expansion, economic diversification, and rapid growth. And special economic zone, like these, the MMSEZ, could be the game changer for South Africa to reposition itself regionally, continentally, and globally. However, these opportunities are not automatic. It requires pragmatism, professionalism, and productivity-induced meritocracy. Overregulation of businesses and over-concentration of big businesses over the small-scale enterprises that makes South Africa non-competitive, with the country's ranking as number 84 out of 190 countries in the 2020 World Bank Ease of Doing Business, compared to Mauritius that was ranked number 13 globally. Calls for strategic action. South Africa is ranked as number 145 out of 190 countries in what you call the trade across the borders, is an indication that there's much room for improvement to become competitive continentally and globally. Access to internet and data is key to business digitalization and e-commerce, and it is central to promoting smart cities. But the cost of mobile data is too prohibitive in South Africa, and this continues to make business uncompetitive. This is what informed UNDP's partnership with the Council for Scientific Industrial Research on the low-cost internet access for rural businesses in 4 provinces. We've already launched 2. And by 2022, we hope to take this initiative to all the 9 provinces in the country. Addressing these challenges associated with starting business, getting electricity, registering properties, trading across borders, and access to low internet will help boost investors' confidence in the South African economy. UNDP can connect the special economic zone to best performing special economic zone globally to facilitate learning and development exchange, and to provide technical support to address take-off challenges. I wish you a very, very fruitful deliberation in this very important symposium, and I thank you for your attention.
The good doctor, for that wonderful and elaborate presentation. Dr. Odisol. They say, Honorable Premier, that the opportunities in the African continental free trade agreement are not automatic. They require professionalism. They require productivity. They require meritocracy. Thanks very much for those words of wisdom. Our keynote speaker. And we're very much proud to be associated with the United Nations Development Program, represented by Dr. Otisole. And we're looking forward to concluding a collaboration agreement with yourselves as we consummate and cement our working relationship. As we will be engaging with the discussions earlier, we will also include the views expressed by the good doctor as part and parcel of the scholarly nature of this symposium. Honorable MEC Masemola, we're proud to confirm and announce that we are one among those few state-owned companies in whose board we've got a chairman who's a doctor, who's got a PhD, and a couple of professors, Professor Howard and Professor Masrumule, as part and parcel of our leadership. It doesn't happen all the time. It is happening with us, and we're very much pleased, and we're very proud of that. Welcome, Deputy Chairperson, Mr. Matumer Alibipi. Thanks very much for being with us here. We're proceeding straight to invite our own Dr. Mufasili Kota to unveil that which he has for us. Mamjarla Pamela, over to you, Doc.
Program Director, thank you very much for expediting and making it possible this morning to deal with a very important issue that is revolutionizing this province. Honorable MEC Masemola, we've heard you loud and clear. In your capacity this morning as acting premier, we heard you loud and clear that we cannot allow this project to fail. And I want to give you assurance from myself personally and my board and the executive team that we will not fail. This is one of those projects that, and maybe some of my colleagues, particularly management, might want to disagree at a later stage, but for now, they will agree with me that we have all the resources that we need for the next 2 years. We won't come back and give excuses. If any delay happens, there's only one proviso though that MEC Mkoni is aware of. Once we jump that hurdle, Madam Mayor or Councillor Machete, we will not come to report to you regularly. The dust north of here will report to you. You will know that there is progress. We're just waiting for the finalization of the environmental assessment impact study. Once that happens, we'll spend quite a lot of resources and time planning, because we believe with a good plan, execution becomes easy. The old saying that if you don't plan, you plan to fail. So we made sure that our plans are in place and they're progressing. We'll be ready to start the actual work in a few months' time. And once that work begins, it will be non-stop. So we will not fail, Acting Premier. Our host, Prof. Ntambelani, we appreciate the collaboration. I think the key words in the interaction this morning or the rest of the day will be collaboration and innovation. The relationship between the MMSEZ and your institution is that of collaboration. We will feed on one another. We'll be able to deliver our challenge much better by working together than if we're trying it on our own or you trying it on your own. So we appreciate the relationship a lot. We will rely on you and other institutions for innovation. So this is a mutually beneficial relationship that we would encourage to move on into the future. Prof. Marwala is connected, and we appreciate the interest that his institution and him personally has shown. Now, in that way, I hope I've observed as much protocol as I should. We have big issues that we need to deal with. And I want to jump into the main purpose of me standing here. Let me just start by saying that smartness is a relative term. So it's both relative and situational. What is smart today might not be smart tomorrow. What is smart in Shenzhen or Dubai or might not be smart in Musina Makado. So what we have done, there'll be certain key common characteristics of smartness, and I think those will become very clear as the concept is introduced to you later on after my remarks. In addition to those key common characteristics of a smart city, the team has identified and localized, adapted that smartness to the local area. Now, being relative and being situational requires us to be dynamic and adaptive. And what is going to emerge between Makado and Musina when the two cities merge over a period of decades has to be smart even at that time. At some stage, you would agree with me that Johannesburg was a smart city because it had all those minerals, all those activities and trading, and the JSE in Diagonal Street was an epitome of smartness. Johannesburg is no longer smart today. So we know that in 50 years, 70 years down the road, what we're creating today might not necessarily be smart at the time, but we must create a foundation that the future generation can build upon. We must make it possible for those that come after us to maintain the smartness of Musina Makado Smart City. The board of this company recognizes that what we are involved here is revolutionary. We understand that it's a long-term project. Therefore, we have to take a view that we cannot cut corners. If you're going to build a solid foundation upon which you're going to build a huge structure, if the foundation is weak, that structure is going to be weak. We recognize that. So I want to say to our stakeholders in this area that you have heard about the SEZ for many years now. There was a lot of work that has been happening behind the scene. What will emerge is something that we'll all be proud of. Now, another aspect that the board recognizes is the fact that in a free enterprise environment, the key word is competition. We are competing with other countries as South Africa. And as MMSEZ, we're competing with other special economic zones for investors, for capital, for talent, and other resources that are required. I think at the last count from our consultants, there were close to 5,000 special economic zones in the world. And I think about 200 of those or 2,000 of those are in China, and a lot of them have been very, very successful. Now, because of the mobility of capital and talent, and because of globalization, We are no longer just competing with Musina with Tubatso Fetahumu or Bujanala, or we're competing with all other special economic zones. Now the board recognizes that. And in recognition of that, we understand that we have to develop innovative approaches. And we might not have all the answers as we stand today. That's all will depend on institutions like yours, Prof. And good counsel from our political leadership. The MEC Thabo Mokone and I have been on this road for many years. We've worked together in different environments. And I have concluded, and I'm sure you share my conclusion, MEC, that the work of development is unending. It's perpetual work in progress. Pick up any country in the world that is developed, that is said to be developed. Be it Japan, be it China, development continues. Even in those countries, we recognize that. Therefore, because of the intergenerational nature of development, and specifically because of the intergenerational nature of a special economic zone, we have to, right from the beginning, think about it beyond our generation. Succession plan is going to be very important. The collaboration that we're enjoying from all spheres of government, for me, is amazing. And we need to protect that and keep that going beyond our generation. The acting premier, MEC Masamula, said, we know that the president of this country supports this project. We know that the premier of the province supports this project. We know that the MEC is passionate about this project. The mayors in the local government are passionate. The representatives that you have sent to serve on our board, very resourceful. We need help, they make it possible. We have all the ingredients here to make this successful. So we will not come back with an excuse. If you don't fail, we'll have to take the responsibility, and I'll be the first one to fall on my sword. Now, and I don't like the sound of that. So I'll try by all means not to get to that position. Now the recognition of the board in providing leadership and making it possible for the smart city to emerge is also underwritten by the fact that we recognize that we don't have all the skills as a company. We have a very focused objective of delivering the special economic zone between the two towns. Smart city, it's a product of those initiatives, but we are not going to wake up every morning and say we're developing a smart city. We'll wake up every morning and say we're implementing the SEZ. Once we develop that SEZ successfully, the smart city will follow. It's a natural process in free enterprise. We get enough investors there, enough economic activity there, residential demand will emerge. Hospitals, retail, and all that. But what is guiding us today is whatever we're involved in. We try to do it smart, we try to do it green. And we'll encourage everybody that is going to be within that zone to honor that commitment, to make sure that we leave this planet for our children and their children in a way that is environmentally conducive for further development of human beings. Now, what you are going to see on video epitomizes the beginning or creation of a world-class city. I wish I was sitting on the wall when Dubai, the Emir or whatever the leadership of Dubai were planning their smart city. I wish I was sitting on the wall like a fly when the leadership of Shenzhen, the national, the state, and the local leadership were planning Shenzhen. There's a lot of lessons that we're extracting from those people that came before us. So what you're going to see here as images epitomizes a dream that working together we will achieve. And I want to close by quoting Muhammad Ali, when he said, if you dream, and your dream does not scare you to the extent that you wake up in the evening sweating, then that dream is not worth dreaming. This, what you're going to see, wakes us up in the evening sweating. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Everyone wants a better life. Most people live in areas with no access to basic services. Shops are far away, and life is just a little too difficult. But this can be changed. We can all be connected. We can plan to have clean and smart spaces. We can use the sun to get energy. This will reduce the carbon footprint. We live in a changing world, and we too must see change. The world is moving fast, bringing difficulties like climate change, global pandemics, and economic and spatial inequalities, forcing cities to review and really think of how to cope with these rapid changes. Infrastructure is old, energy resources are getting low, and unemployment is increasing. It may be time to introduce something new with visionary solutions. And for this to be achieved, a national innovation system, ushering in a new digital era that shifts the way we view the future, is the creation of a smart city. What is a smart city, and how is this going to change your life? A smart city is the next evolution, simply put, a different and better livable future pioneered by technology. Think the Garden of Eden, but with Wi-Fi. But what exactly is a smart city? The goal of a smart city is transformational. People are at the center of a smart city. The foundations and proper sanitation and water management, 24-hour electricity and water supply, efficient mobility and public transport with a network of well-connected roads and access to reliable telecommunications. The circular economy, based on reuse, recycle, and share, meets with the concept of the smart city. With the wave of the fourth industrial revolution, driven by technology and digital solutions, our better way of living is closer than we think. Introducing the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone Smart City, the new Limpopo. A proud national program that is set to radically transform Limpopo. The SEZ is an economic game changer for the country and Limpopo, but this will only happen if the SEZ is a part of a smart city. And the city will only come about once the two towns of Musina and Makhado come closer together with developments in between. That is when massive urban development will occur. So why Limpopo? Looking back into our history, the Mapungubwe, Tulamela, and the Zimbabwean kingdoms traded with the rest of the world. So the Special Economic Zone is poised to once more increase trade in the country and with the world. The province's economy is dominated by mining, tourism, and agriculture, rich in natural resources, a bountiful land of opportunity. To achieve a more diverse economic performance, trade and manufacturing ought to be improved to make a significant contribution in the creation of viable markets for goods and services, facilitated by human activity to deepen the economic integration. as a gateway city, there's a very strong potential to make the Africa Free Trade Agreement a reality that shares the sentiments of the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa. And thus the project Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone. The Smart City project connects the two towns of Musina and Makhado, creating the opportunity of developing several innovative smart projects along the N1 corridor from Polokwane to Bay Bridge. Within the corridor will be impactful settlements and economic activity, and the corridor, as part of the Gauteng City region footprint, will in a dynamic way contribute to an integrated and connected Africa. Smart CBDs are very important for the contribution to the growth trajectory of South Africa as an economic hub. The smart and green CBDs will have rainwater harvesting and solar energy to limit carbon footprint and aim to move urban sustainability beyond the existing patterns of planning and engineering. Holding on to our vision of a leading, innovative, sustainable and inclusive high-tech Africa gateway city. This simply means that the Smart City aims to demonstrate that it is possible to take urban and rural living and develop a smart and modern economy through technology. This means that a university graduate can look forward to envisioning their future at home because their technological and digital resources are at their disposal. An entrepreneur will not have to go far, as they will be at the epicenter of a growing economic hub. And an elderly person can look forward to receiving their medication with drone technology and have peace of mind. Surveillance and smart street lamps are part of a smart technology to reduce crime and increase safety. These are a few of the many examples that a smart city can do for me and you. A smart and sustainable environment with smart and responsive governance, encouraging smart living and ensuring smart mobility and attracting and developing smart people. The Smart City entails a smart special economic zone, a smart and green developmental path, smart towns, smart villages, smart highways, Smart Bay Bridge border post. Transformation objectives for the Smart City. The Smart City key transformational areas lie in improving quality of life of all people and ensuring the delivery of basic services, diversifying the economy and attracting investment, both foreign and domestic. Activating a green and smart city built from technology and develop the N1 from Gauteng as a smart corridor linking Polokwane to Bay Bridge with strategic smart precincts, ensuring that fiber, broadband and 5G are a part of the service delivery of ordinary life, employing the use of smart technology and enabling smart living and a healthy quality of life. Showcasing the heritage and art endowment unique to the area through digital means, making spatial and economic growth a reality, and to co-create the smart city with business, labor, the universities, and the communities. We all know that our parents and our gogos will never leave their homes, and most of them are in the villages. So why not make their lives easier? Building health centers, communal water pumps powered by solar power, electrical solar panels, communal farming with fully functional technological agriculture, and easy access to high-quality education to young people. Having all this within the village. The relationship between the smart village and smart city is that accessibility to resources should be on par between both residencies, while data is shared to continue to improve the economic status. Smart villages link the remote areas to urban areas and ensure that villages are connected to the world. The Smart Economic Zone sites will be smart precincts that will drive the economy to new heights and will be the catalyst for the smart city development. A place where people can work, live and play. A place where their economic lives could change. The SEZ precincts will change the way people work and participate in the fourth industrial revolution and the ongoing rapid changes. The role of the SEZ precincts is to industrialize South Africa. Industry clusters in the SEZ precincts will help to grow an inclusive economy and create new jobs. Manufacturing of products will increase the local content of the economy and improve localization. Attracting industries in the metal sector will forge a link to the metallurgy complex planned to be developed on the southern SEZ site. The light manufacturing of metal products, electronics, food and beverage, wood and paper, when exported, will increase trade. There is an ongoing market locally and in Africa for goods. This will be harnessed through packaging, freight and logistics, warehousing, and a retail center in the Smart Precinct. An African Innovation Cluster in the Smart Precinct will consist of a living lab, manufacturing hub, climate change, and knowledge center. And the African Innovation Cluster works on advanced manufacturing and business development together with climate change as aspects necessary for preparing the economy and society for the challenges of the 21st century. Smart City Greening. Our forefathers and mothers practiced green sustainable living before. It is now being brought back with a technological twist and new green economy opportunities. The main point of green sustainable living is to lessen climate change and reduce carbon footprint. Being green and smart is an important economic strategy that looks to have a value-based economy focused on innovation, green industries for smart manufacturing that improves growth and sustainability of a smart city. The Transformation Corridor. One of the most exciting projects of the smart city is its location along the N1 corridor. The smart city will be key to the Transformation Corridor to reach out to Southern Africa and the rest of Africa and the world. There are grand plans of extending the N1's transportation system with airports and fast trains that would serve as a gateway to Africa. The cherry on top for the Gauteng-Zimbabwe link is the Smart City and Musina Makhado SEZ, which will improve South Africa's relations with SADC countries and beyond. Access to international markets through the ports of Durban and Richards Bay along the N1, N3 and N4 makes this project strategic. The Beitbridge border is facing challenges, but none that cannot be solved. Interventions for the border to reach its full potential is backed by plans to create a high-quality precinct that is attractive, people-friendly, and open opportunity for retail activity. This will facilitate the movement of goods and people to and from South Africa into the rest of Africa. As part of the smart city, the Beitbridge border will be a world-class port of entry for goods and people using latest advances in technology. So concerted efforts to making it a port of excellent service is of high priority. SMMEs and innovation. What is incredible with the smart city is the entrepreneurial aspect. Imagine Lufuno, owner of a cleaning company, being part of the services value chain, giving him and other small businesses such as catering, security and maintenance an opportunity to be part of the local economic cycle. And to further add to the support of business owners, innovation will be an integral part in growth opportunity. Lufono would have access to high-tech facilities with planned skills development programs and enterprises that introduce the participants to a mass audience and access to the world, a world of game-changing opportunities. With a solid vision and transformation objectives to build and to develop South Africa, free from apartheid spatial planning, to a city and future that can bridge the economic gap to bring all people on equal footing. This is a real plan that can solve problems and improve lives. With a vision of the smart city, we can build a resilient, vibrant, and prosperous province inspired by its diverse and creative people and its environment. Cheers to a smart city, a new Limpopo.
For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopane, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River. A river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Waterberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Entabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our cities set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy.
South Africa is the continent's leading business and manufacturing hub and boasts the most diversified and industrialized economy. In its northmost region lies a place that's home to an abundance of wildlife, spectacular scenery, and cultural treasures. This is Limpopo Province. In addition to its natural magnificence, the province has a wealth of indigenous resources, which include rich mineral deposits and a profusion of industrial minerals. The province is also the leading producer of a wide variety of fruits, nuts, and vegetables. This also makes it home to a new world of game-changing economic opportunities. Introducing Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone, ideally located in the mineral-rich area of the Vembe district of Limpopo Province, lying between the Musina and Makhado towns. It's a flagship initiative of the Limpopo provincial government to promote industrialization through a beneficiation economy and provide value-adding commercial business solutions. Anchored on an investment pipeline of over $15 billion, Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone provides unique business opportunities in 4 clusters: resource-based, general manufacturing, green energy, and logistics.
The resource-based opportunities include mineral beneficiation for the metallurgical and energy cluster and agro-processing. The metallurgical and energy cluster focuses on mineral beneficiation from iron and steel, ferromanganese, ferrochrome, and other industrial minerals. Energy is derived from a coal power generation plant that will comfortably meet the needs of the metallurgical cluster. The agro-processing cluster will seamlessly facilitate the production of processed food products such as dried fruits, fruit juices, beverages, canned meat and vegetables for both domestic and export markets. The general manufacturing cluster will be the epicenter for metal beneficiation, plastics, and OEMs manufacturing and industrial chemicals. It will also provide crucial engineering support to companies located in the zones, incubation facilities for SMMEs, and a maintenance and input supply park for mining consumables, as well as mining companies for those located in other parts of the province. The Green Energy Hub will focus on generating solar power and related industries supporting it, including mass energy storage technology, such as lithium and vanadium redox flow batteries for energy storage for both domestic use and export. The zone is located in close proximity to the Beitbridge border post, the second busiest port of entry in South Africa, and a crucial commercial gateway to the SADC countries and the rest of Africa. This presents invaluable opportunities for trade, logistics, border and customs-related services and facilities such as bonded warehouses, automotive distribution centers and holding depots, container terminals, petroleum distribution hubs, and truck shops. The zone can also be used as an inland intermodal terminal directly connected by both the N1 North-South Corridor and the Johannesburg-Musina Railway for the transshipment of sea cargo to inland destinations and manufactured goods to SADC markets. For increased market access and regional economic integration, the African Continental Free Trade Area will boost intra-Africa trade and create a market of more than 1 billion people with a GDP of $2.6 trillion that will unlock further development. Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone is supported by a number of world-class universities and technical vocation colleges, producing skilled, talented, and capable workforces in the country. Investing at Musina Makhado SEZ provides special, empowering, and attractive tax incentive schemes for businesses and operators. With its unique wealth of abundant natural resources, a strategic location, and access to a reliable and professional labor pool, Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone offers investors in the mineral beneficiation, agro-processing, general manufacturing, and renewable energy industries a world of game-changing opportunities.
For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopane, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River, a river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Waterberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Entabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best-kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our city set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy.
South Africa is the continent's leading business and manufacturing hub and boasts the most diversified and industrialized economy. In its northmost region lies a place that's home to an abundance of wildlife, spectacular scenery, and cultural treasures. This is Limpopo Province. In addition to its natural magnificence, the province has a wealth of indigenous resources, which include rich mineral deposits and a profusion of industrial minerals. The province is also the leading producer of a wide variety of fruits, nuts, and vegetables. This also makes it home to a new world of game-changing economic opportunities. Introducing Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone, ideally located in the mineral-rich area of the Vembe district of Limpopo Province, lying between the Musina and Makhado towns. It's a flagship initiative of the Limpopo provincial government to promote industrialization through a beneficiation economy and provide value-adding commercial business solutions. Anchored on an investment pipeline of over $15 billion, Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone provides unique business opportunities in 4 clusters: resource-based, general manufacturing, green energy, and logistics. The resource-based opportunities include mineral beneficiation for the metallurgical and energy cluster and agro-processing. The metallurgical and energy cluster focuses on mineral beneficiation from iron and steel, ferromanganese, ferrochrome, and other industrial minerals. Energy is derived from a coal power generation plant that will comfortably meet the needs of the metallurgical cluster. The agro-processing cluster will seamlessly facilitate the production of processed food products such as dried fruits, fruit juices, beverages, canned meat and vegetables for both domestic and export markets. The general manufacturing cluster will be the epicenter for metal beneficiation, plastics, and OEMs manufacturing and industrial chemicals. It will also provide crucial engineering support to companies located in the zones, incubation facilities for SMMEs, and a maintenance and input supply park for mining consumables, as well as mining companies for those located in other parts of the province. The Green Energy Hub will focus on generating solar power and related industries supporting it, including mass energy storage technology, such as lithium and vanadium redox flow batteries for energy storage for both domestic use and export. The zone is located in close proximity to the Beitbridge border post, the second busiest port of entry in South Africa, and a crucial commercial gateway to the SADC countries and the rest of Africa. This presents invaluable opportunities for trade, logistics, border and customs-related services and facilities such as bonded warehouses, automotive distribution centers and holding depots, container terminals, petroleum distribution hubs, and truck shops. The zone can also be used as an inland intermodal terminal directly connected by both the N1 North-South Corridor and the Johannesburg-Musina Railway for the transshipment of sea cargo to inland destinations and manufactured goods to SADC markets. For increased market access and regional economic integration, the African Continental Free Trade Area will boost intra-Africa trade and create a market of more than 1 billion people with a GDP of $2.6 trillion that will unlock further development. Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone is supported by a number of world-class universities and technical vocation colleges, producing skilled, talented, and capable workforces in the country. Investing at Musina Makhado SEZ provides special, empowering, and attractive tax incentive schemes for businesses and operators. With its unique wealth of abundant natural resources, a strategic location, and access to a reliable and professional labor pool, Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone offers investors in the mineral beneficiation, agro-processing, general manufacturing, and renewable energy industries a world of game-changing opportunities.
Session, which is an academic panel. As Mr. Masoga said earlier on, that these are people who are going to give an academic perspective into the concept of a smart city. So before I waste any time, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the honorable members which are here with us today. The Honorable Premier Mathabata in his absence, the representative from the Premier's office, the MEC, Mr. Thabo Mokoni, Chancellor Mashede, Chancellor Mihloti, our VC and Principal, Dr. Ntambeleni, the CEO of the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone, Mr. Masoga, the Chairperson of the Board of the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone, Dr. Lekota, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I've left anybody behind, please excuse me. So without wasting any time, we are going to go right into our proceedings, which is a discussion from a panel of experts who are going to give us their commentaries on the smart city. We have our first contributor or speaker, which is Professor Chilizi Marwala, who does not need an introduction. Can I just confirm that Professor Marwala is connected and he's with us? He is connecting remotely.
Yes, I am absolutely connected and I'm with you. And I'm with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Marwala. If we can ask that you also switch on your camera while I do a brief introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Professor Marwala really does not need an introduction. When you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, you know, for me, he's our champion in Africa for the 4IR. So, Professor Marwala is the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg. He is a professor of artificial intelligence with research interests which are multidisciplinary, that include the theory and application of artificial intelligence to engineering, computer science, finance, social science, and medicine. Of note is that in 2020, he published a book which is titled Closing the Gap, the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Africa. Prof. Marwala, I hand over to you, and we really look forward to your contribution on the Smart City panel.
No, thank you very much, for that introduction. I think I can hear an echo. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible? No, thank you very much for that introduction. I would like to note the presence of many people. The acting premier, Dixon Masimola, the MEC Mukone, the mayor Nenguda, Vice Chancellor Ntambireni, and everybody who is here. I also see that my old friend Lucy Abrams is here, and Dr. Chiridzi Rachdanga. So all of you are acknowledged and all protocols are observed. Throughout the world, there is a shift towards embracing smart cities. Simply put, this is the implementation and development services through the use of digital. In a report, Deloitte asserted, and I quote, "When the global pandemic hit, everything changed. Digital was no longer a nice to have for government, but an imperative. Consider digital government's most compelling features, its ability to serve efficiently, scale cheaply, and adapt quickly. The disruption of the pandemic made these features more vital than ever," close quote. The promise of the fourth industrial revolution is that technology will augment our lives. The 4IR, the era we have entered, which is fundamentally shifting every aspect of society through has been touted as the key to finding solutions to many of our deep-seated issues. According to Deloitte, there are over 1,000 smart city projects in countries like Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Half of these projects are in China, giving it the largest concentration of smart cities. Advances in AI, including autonomous operations where machines or entire facilities can run themselves, could be a game changer. Around the world, smart cities and local governments are leveraging these technologies in many ways. Data from the United Nations suggests that more than half of the world's population now lives in urban centers, and this proportion is expected to increase to nearly 70% by the year 2050. Africa is urbanizing faster than any other part of the world. It is estimated that African cities will double in population by 2050. This brings with it its own challenges. It is estimated that 70% of South Africans will be living in urban areas by 2030. For South Africa, this pressure to innovate by local governments is perhaps now more crucial than ever. Service delivery frustrations are not novel in South Africa, and more often than not, municipalities often have a bad reputation because of operational and financial challenges. Added to this, municipalities are incapable of keeping up with the swift pace of urbanization. In fact, the rapid growth of informal settlements, coupled with an unwillingness on the part of metros to accept them as a permanent reality, has resulted in a slow response to the service delivery needs of communities in our largest metros. As we strategize our national 4IR blueprint, it is imperative that this is implemented at every tier of our government. One solution posited in the recommendations by the Fourth Industrial Revolution is to build infrastructure which integrates with existing infrastructure. And such infrastructure must be smart in the sense that you must use data in order to respond to the needs of the people. This is particularly applicable to many of our municipalities. Much of the disillusionment with service delivery stems from a local level and the inability to understand what is actually happening on the ground. We can actually be able to use data. We can be able to use data that can be harvested from social media using technologies such as artificial intelligence in order to be able to understand the sources of all these unrests and how we can be able to address them. In order to subvert this, the recommendation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution has to be whittled down. The challenge of healthcare, education, public transportation, and water and sanitation, they have to be addressed at a local level in order to expand access. The infrastructure envisioned is software-based, data-enabled, and must have cloud access. This is what Smart City is all about. It is about automated decisions. It is about the use of data that is stored in the cloud and on the ground in order to make rational decisions. In his State of the Nation address this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced a new smart city, which will be a home to up to 500,000 people within the next decade, and is becoming a reality in Lanseria. The new city is expected to be 5G ready and aims to be an international exemplar of green infrastructure. As the president explained, the development will be a truly post-apartheid city that will change the social and economic apartheid spatial architecture. Of course, the hope is that this does not go the same route as the African Manhattan Project in modern Fontaine that ultimately fell through because the developers were unwilling to consider low-cost housing. Yet it is important to note that the notion of smart city does not only entail creating a separate entity, such as the city envisioned in Lanseria, but can include digital technologies in existing cities. One of the things that we have failed to do here in Johannesburg is to make the city of Johannesburg a smart city. We have a beautiful city that if we can be able to invest the necessary infrastructure and the necessary managerial interventions, we can be able to also turn it into a smart city. For instance, incorporating Wi-Fi into public spaces or automated parking payments can be classified as characteristics of a smart city. The worry is that the public funding required is immense, but collaboration across the public and private spheres will be necessary. The Special Economic Zone, the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone, as I understand it, will require $15 billion, which is quite immense, you know. Who is going to fund is actually quite an important issue for us to consider, because many of the ideas actually fail because we do not have enough funding at our disposal. So how do we pivot solutions that make sense in our own context? As Deloitte put it in an article, smart city design and implementation shortcomings coupled with the digital divide between different population segments might unintentionally leave some communities behind. This is forcing cities to confront the question, how can digital solutions advance rather than impede inclusion? It is important to identify the needs of our population and posit solutions that make sense. We need to look at the generation and delivery of energy, the extension and improvement and health and educational infrastructure to create a coherent and comprehensive infrastructure network. The first step will be for government to develop a comprehensive set of infrastructure priorities for the country with achievable timelines. In 2012, the government adopted the National Infrastructure Plan as a job creator and to strengthen the delivery of basic services. We have seen numerous cases of this being effective around the world. The challenge of healthcare, education, public transportation, and water and sanitation have to be addressed at a local level in order to expand access, and the use of technology to address these requirements is very, very important. During the current pandemic, what has become even clearer is that there is a need to map areas quite clearly as we tackle the logistical nightmare of screening, testing, reaching the vulnerable, and distribution of food parcels. With the implications of COVID-19 and the need for governments to consider schooling, access to primary and secondary healthcare facilities and transportation, for instance, it is evident that there is a need for new energy, for efficiency and effectiveness. The absence of this could precipitate disaster for particular localities. For example, through the use of artificial intelligence, government websites can implement chat boxes to complete transactions. This could be the first port of call for queries. A chat box could function based on the frequently asked questions, which send predefined responses to questions entered by users on platforms such as WhatsApp or Facebook Messengers, for instance. We have already seen the success of this nationally with the government's COVID-19 WhatsApp number, which provides updated information when required. Similarly, robotic process automation could also increase the speed and efficiency to cope with backlogs. Robotic process automation can handle high volume and repeatable tasks that are often quite tedious for people to do. Artificial intelligence also can be used in the awarding of tenders as it introduces objectivity and consistency. This eliminates human bias and reduces the possibility of unethical decision-making. What I am saying is that we need to increasingly move towards decision-making that is augmented by technologies such as artificial intelligence. For instance, artificial intelligence can improve urban planning by optimizing routes for transport operators, reducing commuters' journey times, a particularly significant move given our urban layout. Traffic data could be utilized by municipal governments for the planning of roads and the monitoring of traffic patterns. This is quite a simple concept. This has already been successfully piloted in cities in countries such as the United States. This makes use of artificial intelligence system which detects vehicles in images from traffic cameras. This information can be sent to a control center where algorithms analyze traffic density. If the system detects congestion, it can direct traffic lights to reroute traffic based on real-time data. Machine learning could also provide myriad solutions in terms of water supply, for instance, from predictive analysis to manage our supply networks, to data analysis to track water consumption and water end users, for instance, to management of sewage treatment plants or desalination plants. We could also use artificial intelligence to be able to predict failures of this infrastructure before they apply, so that we can be able to implement managerial things such as just on time in order to deal with the provision of services to our people. Artificial intelligence could be used to predict which services such as water and sanitation have a shortfall. If this had been implemented ahead of the pandemic, we could identify which schools do not have access to water instead of the current inefficient manual audits. Much of these technologies could have been deployed as solutions for the logistical nightmare of screening, testing, reaching the vulnerable, and distribution of food parcels. I'm reminded of the words of Professor Arturo Brice of the Institute for Management Development, who once wrote, "The real test will be whether citizens feel the benefits." And I believe this partnership between the government and the University of Venda is an important partnership. I believe that with this partnership, we are actually going to build a special economic zone that is going to deliver to our people. I am reminded of the first special economic zone in China, which was in Shenzhen. And Deng Xiaoping was the leader of China at that point. And he sat down on a table with a map of China, and he drew a circle around Shenzhen, which was a fishing town. And today when you go to Shenzhen, it is a city with a GDP that is higher than the GDP of South Africa. These are the possibilities that we can be able to reach. All we need to do is to plan, and to plan properly, to deploy the right people who have the requisite skills to be able to implement, and also to monitor and invest, because this is not going to happen without investment. We need to invest into infrastructure. We need to invest into human capacity development. Data is the new oil. The data that we can be able to extract from the smart city that we are talking about can actually be monetized, being sold to businesses, so that we can be able to build enough capital to make the special economic zone a success. I thank you very much. Ndiaribua. Kialibua.
Delivery of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, and how artificial intelligence and machine learning can facilitate and enhance service delivery, security, healthcare, economic development, social development. And I think as Africans, we should not be caught napping. 4IR is already here, and it is upon us to embrace this technology for the improvement of the African life. So Professor Marwala, I know you have to leave us very soon, so I will allow questions from the audience. Is the microphone? Is there a question? I hear somebody talking in the background. The symposium it's a hybrid symposium, so there are people who are connected on different platforms.
Opportunities. One major opportunity being to engage in the innovation required to achieve these goals and objectives. As has already been said, the MMSEZ project is not a short-term project. It is a long-term project. And innovation in its nature has both short-term and longer-term components. In this 21st century, we are engaged in multiple forms of innovation simultaneously. And this raises the bar, increases the level of complexity for South African economic development, not only in the MMSEZ, but in the many SEZs in South Africa. I'll talk briefly about the SB-IDZ, the Saldanha Bay IDZ, in a little while. So if we have all these challenges, 21st century transformation, digital, climate-friendly, problem-solving, not just smart cities, but smart industry, smart health, fintech, and let us not forget cybersecurity. A major challenge on a continent where the numbers of cybersecurity
Lucy, you are muted. Please unmute.
Oh, my apologies. I'll have to go back. Greetings again to all, and I hope you will allow me to say all protocols observed. For the Musina Mercado Green Energy Metallurgy SEZ, the innovation challenges are significant. We are
Technical team, is Professor Marola still with us? Is he gone? Okay. It looks like technology failed us there, and I think we've lost Professor Marola, but I think it's something that he is open to such questions and interactions and discussions of how government can assist or how he advises can advise the government to best approach the implementation of smart cities, the infusion of also 4IR, machine learning, and all these technologies to facilitate governance issues. I think he did touch on issues such as using machine learning, for instance, for security, for the tender process to root out any irregularities. So I think, if you contact him directly, he will be able to allude to that further. So on that note, Okay, Professor Marwala, are you back? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, my apologies about that. My ears are...
What was the question?
Oh, okay, you're back. Okay. Sir, Mr. Marwala is back online. If you can pose the question to him again.
Thanks.
Hello?
Yes,
I can't hear anything.
Hi, Prof. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Professor? No, it's fine. I think we can send him here. Hello?
What was the question? What was the question? What was the question?
Yes, Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, can you hear me? Yes, Professor, can you? I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. No, thanks very much. Professor, in short, I was just asking how you could advise government as we develop the special economic zone together with the smart city project. How could you advise government to take along the rural communities as we develop these high-tech industrial and residential areas, so that we don't leave behind the communities in this province, which is semi to deep rural? How do we do that from your own perspective?
Yeah. No, look. No, look. No, an echo. I don't know if that echo. Yeah. So no, I think what is important is that as we plan the special economic zone, we have to, as we plan the special economic zone, we have to get the rural people along. They should not be an afterthought. Now, what are some of the issues that that we could do? Firstly, we need to understand what sort of skills needs that are going to be required, so that they can be integrated into employment, into the smart city. So human capacity development planning is very crucial, and it should not just be for people who are located within the special economic zone, but also for people who are outside, And I don't think this is a matter that our schooling system alone can be able to address this. Because if we're talking about a special a smart city, you are talking about digital literacy. You are talking about the ability to understand certain technologies. Of course, there are levels at which you can understand these technologies, but the ability of understanding certain technologies is very, very important. So, in short, we just need to integrate them into our planning and the implementation of the special economic zone and the smart city.
Response to the question of how the rural communities should not be left behind, especially when we co-create spaces, when we co-create technologies, knowledge spaces, and so forth. So I think now we will go to our second speaker. Unfortunately, Dr. Lucienne Abrahams from WITS, we cannot get hold of her, and we will go to the next speaker, who's Mr. Olga from the University of Johannesburg. Can I confirm that he is connected? He is connected. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. Olga. Can you hear me?
I'm going to stream the presentation.
you. So Mr. Oga is an urban development specialist and a lecturer in the Department of Town and Regional Planning at the University of Johannesburg. His research foci and also his consulting, he's a consultant in smart cities, e-governance, special economic zones, and urban infrastructure. Mr. Oga, you can stream your presentation, and also will appreciate it if you can also switch on your video, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope my presentation is visible there. I hope my presentation is visible. Okay. Let me try to share the share screen option. Is it visible now? Good afternoon to everyone. Acknowledgement to Program Director, Vice Chancellor Professor Shrizi Marvala, Vice Chancellor Bernard Ntambeleni, and Honorable Mayor for having me here on this, and the program organizers for having me here on this presentation. I'm going to present on big data and smart cities, accelerating smart transition and digitalized transformation and value chain from the city, smart cities perspective and urbanization and industrialization perspective. I will cover up quickly in terms of urban dynamics, societal and sectoral challenges, the challenges in the ecosystem, smart cities paradigm, and strategic direction, which is based on the urban data dynamics and big data dynamics into the context of smart cities. Just a quick background on the National Development Plan, which has recognized various challenges the cities are facing, and as well as in terms of various levels, hierarchy levels. These are basically the critical challenges in terms of employment, unemployment, poverty, inequality, and based on these, there are various targets set in terms of economic growth, capacity building, developmental state, and overall transition towards the transformative role of the cities and regions. In terms of enabling milestones, there are various milestones being organized, which is basically the increased unemployment, skills development, increased investments, and overall public infrastructure investments, and among others. There are 16 critical objectives, 30 actionable tasks, 9 action plans, which across 9-point action plan, which cuts across different sectors and pillars. Just a quick background on that. And now going through the urban dynamics transition era, we have seen how the cities have transformed from simple manual system to the digitalized system, from e-government to e-governance system, and now moving towards the digitalized society using IR 4.0. This transition has spinned off various dynamics at city and regional level, and this has created a significant impact. However, there are various areas where the cities are still in terms of coping when it comes to transitioning and adjusting between the urbanization levels and the industrialization paradigm and so on. So this is a quick background of the industrial sector. In terms of South Africa, we have moved from the industrialized focus on industrialized focus on development zone to the special economic development zone with focus more on the FDI. Others say it has been a longer journey. There are some success stories. There are some gaps in terms of future direction where the cities are still trying to integrate and leveraging on the industrialization and industrial development through industrial development parks and so on. The situation with African continent is slightly different, and as compared to many other continents world over, we have specific issues. For example, the population growth is almost twice the world average happening. There are underperforming agglomeration areas. There is a gender gap issue, poverty gap issue, and rate of urbanization is very high as compared to the extent of urbanization. These are some challenges which have been identified by United Nations in their previous reports. And when we go back, when we do a micro analysis in terms of sectors, we can see, for example, power sector has a huge gap of almost 2.5 times. Road density is almost 5 times, especially than rail density and so on. These are some reflections which is happening. So there is a huge opportunity in front of the cities and the countries here in terms of integrating urbanization as well as industrialization part, because both of them go hand in hand in terms of developmental process. In this sector, there is a challenging ecosystem which is creating a digital divide because of the municipalities have various dynamic contexts, different spatial ecosystem, different fiscal parameters, different technological and governance capacities, and so on. These are creating unique issues and conditions and challenges across the cities. Now, this is creating a vicious cycle, and that is actually informing and impacting on number of service delivery and challenges. In fact, the decisions on the technology and integration systems and so on. So it impacts on the nexus of infrastructure and services. There is an issue between asset versus operations, service level benchmarks, the norms and standards, administrative governance, and so on into the overall ecosystem. Coming back to the alignment on big data and smart cities, having recognized this particular gap and issues, we have to focus more on the local level, which integrates in a regional context. For example, the dynamics of micro paradigm of national, subnational, and local level in terms of planning and development, infrastructure and utilities and services, and resource mobilization. These three are very important pillars which cuts across number of dynamics at a local level. There are planning tools and frameworks which need to be considered. There are sectoral aspects which need to be considered. Within this aspect, the financial aspect needs to be very strongly considered for the long-term sustainability. This is an indication of a South African scenario where particular tools and sectoral principles within the context of the SPLUMA, which is Special Planning Land Use Management Act principles, 5 principles are there. This need to be adhered to. So there is a complex scenario across cities which had to be aligned when it comes to various integration and so on. Now, the adoption of smart city is not that easy, but at the same time, there are various touch points which becomes very easy to handle depending on the scale of the integration. So it is not just the technological ICT component, but it goes beyond into the functional and beyond into the process oriented and number of aspects which are involved if we go by the definition point of view. I'm just giving a perspective of city life cycle approach, which is basically we look the integration from the quadrant point of view. The city can be or a region can be analyzed from the lens of the quadrants like 0 to 25, 26 to 50, and so on. So you can see there are different quadrants where the cities can be analyzed how they are performing from various sectoral point of view or various functionality point of view within the overall ecosystem or the life cycle of the cities. So these are some examples where typical elements are there at each of the quadrant. There are different smart city dimensions which need to be adhered to. For example, I'll just randomly take the quadrant 4, which is age old, or quadrant 26, quadrant 2, which is 26 to 50. It is an integration of various workforce in terms of the investments, in terms of job skills, in terms of a lot of other parameters. So how do we bridge that? So smart digital transition ecosystem creates this particular bridges that divide. We have different type of sectors. We need to look into the integration point of view. These are some representative, which we broadly see some of the examples. the smart cities have been performing in various parts of the world. And these are some areas where it starts as a stepping stone. There is no specific formula which one to start, but there are few aspects, there are few sectors which can be started directly in terms of alignment with the climate adaptation, alignment with the sustainability, financial sustainability, and local resource adaptability and potential, which is very important for cities to follow. In terms of strategic direction, leveraging big data, here is an example of how the stages can be crossed, or what the cities need to follow at an infancy stage up to the cyber physical interconnected system, which is very intelligent system, leveraging on AI and other dynamics in terms of providing intelligent system at various levels and integrating different sectors. The main idea of this is to have a basically end output is to have various spin-offs from that data, because cities represent a huge multitude of data. If it is housing, several number of data is required, rates and taxes in terms of floor space, occupancy, land use, there are various integrations. So it becomes very complex, at the same time very important to go back to the planning tools, inform there, and technology plays a very important part in harnessing that data on. Now, these are some important building blocks in data, in terms of data harnessing, smart data harnessing. First of all, value chain needs to be understood, the scale of implementation, innovation needs to be understood clearly, the build transform totally towards to the business to be towards the smart oriented system, and in terms of accessibility, in terms of vulnerable, poor, and so on. At the same time, business group also needs to be integrated well into the sustained ecosystem. I'll skip some few slides which are basically not going much deeper into this thing. But here is an example of, this is a project I'm doing right now. It's spread across 42 cities, pilot cities, out of 58 1 million plus cities I have taken up in entire Africa. And the idea is to understand the data dynamics which is in cities. So I used lead examples, which is basically focusing on transport and quality of life in other areas. And although there are different indicators, for example, ISO indicator is there and Global Cities Livable Index is there and so on. So we looked at a number of data parameters, and the key performance areas of cities were looked into the vision plans, and then the key performance indicators were looked into the standard one. Transport and transport and land use was taken as an example, and waste management. So we found there are various gaps when it comes to the data, leveraging data and other things because of number of features. These are examples of how what the gap is there. For example, public transport system in terms of utilization, in terms of data representation, and so on. These are some reflections on that. And it comes in different formats because of the non-availability of the data and so on, or even in terms of alignment with the programs and so on. So there is a big issue and challenges in data availability and challenges. Language, planning instruments need to be aligned, sectoral inconsistency need to be worked out. There is an integration required across various sectors, transport, land use, and this is an example. Then data representation and in terms of quantification is also very important, because this will largely determine the predictive analytics part at a later stage once the data is harnessed and so on. So there are various areas which we have, cities have opportunity to leverage on, but at the same time improvise using the technology and build over to the existing planning tools and things. So from these lessons learned, what we have analyzed is the strong enablers which are important for economic inclusion in the big data entities. These are infrastructure, technology, services, planning, design, management, smart citizens, and smart integration. There is no set formula, but it has to have, cities need to adopt a multi-pronged strategy. Integrating the urban component part, we cannot stop, but we can contain and manage the urban influx. At the same time, integrate the smart industrialization that is very important for the positive growth and so on. At the same time, we have to also acknowledge the value chain and role players where scale comes into important, whether it is a big, small city or a large city, for example, micro-industrial townships and maybe the high-tech zones, maybe information superhighway. These need to be leveraged properly depending on the geographical context or the corridors and so on. So there are different approaches being adopted, but within the context of South Africa and Africa, we have to align with number of areas which cities are trying. They are leveraging on that, but there are further areas of opportunities in that. So from micro-analysis point of view or the value chain point of view, we need to look into the smart governance, smart infrastructure, industrial clusters, focusing more on the micro-industrial townships and high-tech industrial areas, business parks and industrial parks and so on. Smart ecosystem will provide the business digitalized economy in terms of the value chain, and also the smart integration which links with the city. For example, based on my previous visit to some of the special economic zone areas, for example, Dubai Trade Port, now that's considering to provide the IT support to the Durban city in some extent. So there are very interesting examples coming up. So the value chain becomes very important and integration with the existing role players becomes very important. So we see overall this transition happening based on the role of big data and analytics playing a very strong role in leveraging at various levels, whether it is at a planning stage, initial stage, or post-planning stage where further predictive analytics can do. It goes hand in hand based on the maturity of the cities at various levels. So we see in the long term, inclusive, sustainable, intelligent digitalized society, where there is a need of basically, or we can capitalize more on skilled manpower, we can capitalize AI-driven economy, we can capitalize on smart interfaces, smart infrastructure, which is driven through people as sensors or smart technology as sensors, and of course the various aspects which is leading towards the improved quality of life. Ultimately is how do we reduce various real-time world problems, whether it is unemployment or quality of life or life expectancy, improved life expectancy, or even the improved growth and so on. That's the long-term scenario. Thank you.
The session. We will now go to our next speaker, who was supposed to be the second speaker, Dr. Lucienne Abrahams. Can I confirm that she's connected?
I can respond to questions.
We will take questions at a later stage. Is Dr. Abrahams connected? Can I get an indication from the technical team? Okay, it looks like our next speaker is disconnected. We will then move on then to our next speaker. Let me just find my notes. Okay, our next speaker was supposed to be Professor Joseph Francis, who's the Director of the Institute of Rural Development here at the University of Venda. However, due to ill health, he has asked Dr. Jethro Zurwa Zurarimbe, my apologies, Jedro, yeah, to present on his behalf. Dr. Zurarimbe is a senior lecturer in the Institute here at the University of Venda, and his research interests are in development, economics, rural economic development, and natural resource economics. We look forward to your talk, Dr. Zurarimbe.
This the way. Thank you, Program Director. Yes, indeed, you pronounced my name properly. It's Jethro Zurarimbe. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity to give my talk on part of this auspicious event whereby the Africa we want is being created. The Africa we want, and we are going to say we were there, and the Africa driven by or taking advantage of technology to drive its own development agenda was there. I don't know, is my presentation loaded? Okay, yes. This is my name, and that is the title of my talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm not going to take much of your time because I have been fortunate enough, because big people have already talked to some of the points that I was talking about. I am not going to talk much about what cities are, because professors and gurus have talked about it. If I am going to miss something, but the point I'm going to drive, the point I'm going to talk about is to say, yes, in as much as we're trying to recreate this Africa that we want, we should not leave the rural communities behind. We should not leave the village behind. We should also have a deeper conversation of what a smart village would look like. Right? How would it look like? Because if you look, I heard my good doctor here talking about creating a corridor from connecting Musina, Makado, all the way, right? Whereby a lot of things will be happening. Now, as we talk about that, I think we need to have a proper conversation, because it will touch on the lives of the rural people. And yes, how are we going to include them? How are we going to enable them to take advantage of the digital space? Yes. Yes, we have heard that the smart city concept talks about taking advantage of technology to improve service delivery. It talks about adoption of technology which will lead to increased competitiveness and improved, which is very beautiful, right? It's very beautiful, but as we talk about this, we need to be very careful. We need to, yes, the project is really going to make a huge impact in terms of regional integration, in terms of economic development. But how are we going to include the villages? How are we going to make the villages take advantage? Yes, some of them may not all be employed at the special economic zone, but we need them to take advantage. We need them to benefit from that. We may only be very proud, we may only be very confident that yes, we have a smart village. When the ladies at Chakuma
are taking advantage of the smart city concept in their day-to-day lives, selling their fruits. There's quite a lot already that is already going on in terms of the adoption of smart village, smart city. If you look at, for instance, in deep rural areas, we have a very good example of farmers in Nwanedi. They are doing beautiful things, but we need them to be on board. Yes, but I think, yes, those are the philosophical underpinnings of smart cities. But can we, how do we impose them on the smart village, to create smart villages? Perhaps it is only a bit easier if you understand what is an African village, what is a village. What are the subsystems, what are the subcomponents that makes a village tick? Why? Because we we need to be very careful so that we don't disrupt the village life. There are very beautiful things within the village life. They are very, especially when talking about governance systems in the villages. When we talk about the planning, villages, even before we have these so-called modern cities, if you read the writing by the so-called fathers of town planning, Geddes and Howard, they talk about the need to ensure that a place, a space, the subcomponents within the space function together for the well-being of the village. Right? Let's look into what a smart village is. I don't want to bother you much about the characteristics of a smart city because the good professor has already talked about it. Maybe if we could look into what is an African village. Now, the question is, how do we transpose those concepts into an African village? Before we do that, I think we need to understand what is an African village, right? An African village is characterized by a shared space that is communally owned, used, and protected. How do we use the concepts of smart city to improve that? Right? An African village is also very characterized by the complex and interwoven economic, environmental, social, political subsystems, which we should be very careful that as we adopt this smart city concept, it responds to the needs of those people. Someone once asked as to how, as we are planning this, I think no one has an answer yet, but I think these are things we need to be worried about. What kind of energy systems should we provide them? Should we promote so that they indeed said, yes, we are living in a smart village? Perhaps we need to think about sustainable energy systems so that you protect the environment, right? It is also characterized by the kind of governance that has been tried and tested, that has governed the African village, whether in South Africa or all over. They are very intricate democratic system to govern the village structure. How do we infuse the smart city or how do we use technology, fourth industrial revolution ideas into that to improve their way? If we do that, we can easily say that yes, we are taking them along, because I'm sure all know about the idea that all our African presidents, most of even President Ramaphosa is always talking about the need not to leave anyone behind. Right? Now, another issue that we may need to look into is, which is critical about an African village, the economic system, right? Yes, there will be something beautiful that will be taking place at the complex, but we need something that is also taking place, maybe as part of their social corporate responsibility, to look into what they are already doing. How do we improve their day-to-day system? Unfortunately, I don't have control over my slides, but These are some of the conversations that we need to take care of. I am a disciple of rural development. Yes, we may have these beautiful ideas, but as long as the majority of the populations in the villages, if we reach that extent whereby even those who are selling vegetables, what can we do? How can we harness technology to ensure that their businesses, they really have a smile on their face? Now, I talked already about the governance of the rural areas based on collective responsibility and collective decision-making process. We need to that the harnessed in those areas, in those spaces, right? Now, yes, those are some of the critical pillars of an African village, whereby if you look at, in town we talk a house, but a home that is used for production and reproduction systems, a home not only for the but for it identify how can we use IT to improve the homeless? How can we improve? We look at the village, the villages, the fields in the village where various economic activities takes place. How can we use ICT? How can we use that to improve those activities? No one may have the answers now, but I guess we can have some conversations to say how can we, because we cannot make a decision here. We may not have the answers. We need to engage them. That's why we're talking about the engaged in ourselves in talking to villagers, hearing their answers, hearing their concerns, so that we infuse those into what is happening, so that we don't leave them behind. Now, in the villages, the issue of communication is also key. There are various intricate communication channels and systems for various purposes, which I guess we also need, just like what we do we are proposing in the cities, we need to find a way to transfigure, to transform the communication system in the village, because it gives them a purpose. Even how they use their time, we need to look at it closely. And now, when we look at a village, look at those pictures, find some may think that those people are just dancing, right, around. It's not just dancing. It's very complex. It's very complicated. There are various communications taking place there. There are various messages being communicated. It's very complicated. How can we take advantage of it? You see those goats there. It's not just goats, but the in the villages. They form a very important component of the village life. We need to take advantage. We need to locate the ICT. We need to locate how they can also equally benefit from the special economic zone activities. Now, I said I don't have answers. I don't think anyone here may claim to have answers, but for us to properly locate these villages so that they will not be left behind by the trend of the special economic zone activities. Those are some of the conversations that we need to engage in. How can the philosophy of technologically driven space that connects everything? Because remember, the space in the village is different from space in the urban area. So we need to fight to properly diagnose how can we harness technology that responds to the spaces in the village, so that they function efficiently, for them to have improved social and economic lives. In what configurations can be applied into the village openness to empower communities to embed technological innovation and partnership in their daily life? What should be put in place to reduce unhealthy competition but increase vibrant citizenship? And engagement in the village life, for them to remember sometimes they may not all want to become a part and parcel of a smart city. They may want to maintain their villageness, because that's what defines us as Africans. So we need to properly find answers to that. We don't have those answers here, but we need to go out to engage them, so that as we plan, a previous question asked to say, what could be that? Maybe those are some of the conversations we need to engage in and find answers that would then ensure that our smart city resonates very well with the village activities, so that we also have smart villages. How can smart configured to enhance operability of the village systems and connectivity and security? To what extent is the academia willing and keen to genuinely engage and listen to these people? Yes, time may not be on our side, but I think we need to engage. We need to listen to them. We need to understand their concerns. We need to take time. Because the concept of a smart city, even wherever it is now, if you look closely, those who did town planning, I did town planning as part of my, Patrick Geddes, when he talked, and Howard, when they talked about the garden city of tomorrow, it was in the 1902 or somewhere there. But gradually the idea, the conversation has been taking place. So perhaps we need not to be worried much. We need to take time, although not being left behind by opportunities, but find a way of including them. Now, at the end of the day, we need to answer that question, which was also equally asked by one of the professors, whose reality counts. As we are talking about smart cities, and we try to drive that concept into the village sector, whose reality counts. We need to engage them. We need to hear them. We may not have answers about that, but we need to hear them so that we hear their reality, so their reality resonates very well with the national and realities. Yeah. Of course, how can village communities be empowered to we know this concept is a must. It's going, the train is already moving. How can they be taken along? Those are some of the conversations which I think needs to, and of course the energy part, we don't need to leave it behind. The environmental part, we don't need to leave it behind. The education part, we don't need to leave it behind. So as a result, perhaps we'll have proper answers to implement this smart city, transpose it onto the smart village. I think if we have these answers, if we engage in these conversations, we'll be ready to improve the lives of the villagers, so that they can stand proud to say we are part and parcel of the Africa we want, where technology is enabling things to become better, where we can easily achieve the national vision 2030, where we can easily achieve the SDGs, in which the villagers are taken along. I think my conversation, I didn't come here with answers, but I had questions, because this is part and parcel of us academia, to raise questions, to raise issues, and for us as part of the Institute for Rural Development, it is our duty to talk on behalf of the rural people, so that they won't be left behind. Yes, this is a very beautiful movement that is going on, and this is a most welcome development, the MMSEZ. But we are saying, let's have the rural people in the space. Let's include them. But for us to include them, let's have answers. Let's engage them. And I think maybe some of the answers come from some of the people here in the audience. But by and large, this is my presentation. This is my talk. I hope I have left because I would be very proud to say I was there when the Africa we want was talked about. I was there. I talked also on behalf of the villagers. Thank you. So much.
Thank you, Doctor. We now have Dr. Abrahams back on the line, and we will allow her to switch on her video if she's still online. I see she's still on the line. Dr. Abrahams? Okay, welcome.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings to you, Dr. Abrahams. Welcome.
I think my presentation is visible now.
Yes. Welcome.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings to you, Dr. Abrahams. Welcome.
I think my presentation is visible now.
Yes. Welcome.
Greetings.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, Dr. Abrahams is a senior lecturer and a director of Learning Information Networking Knowledge Center at Wits University. She specializes in digital innovation, digital transformation in African societies. Dr. Abrahams, we look forward to your talk.
Much. Greetings to all protocol observed. For the smart city, Musina Makado Green Energy Metallurgy SEZ, innovation is at the heart of achieving the kinds of goals and objectives that we've heard spoken about today and that we've seen visualized in the video material. Innovation is complex. It deals with bringing together sets of ideas, materials, resources, and design. Design for innovation. And this sets us with various challenges. One of the key resources, of course, is skills. And in this era of the 21st century, we have moved from talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to talking about STEAMy, science, technology, engineering, the arts, mathematics, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So if we apply that kind of thinking to the digital problem-solving approach for innovation, not only in a smart city perspective, but also smart industries, smart health, then one of the blocks of STEAMy skills relevant to Musina Makado is material science and additive manufacturing. So that metallurgy perspective will need skills in mechanical engineering, advanced manufacturing, smarter manufacturing, including 3D printing, laser cutting, and so on. The corridor will also need skills in Internet of Things, cloud, and network engineering. And I'll talk a little bit more about Internet of Things or IoT in a moment. As we've heard from previous speakers, we will need skills in data science, analytics, adaptive computation for artificial intelligence. But we don't only want to focus on these hard forms of innovation. We also want to focus on more creative forms of innovation in the arts, innovation in entrepreneurial approaches. So we want creative manufacturing, arts and design, and collectively, these skills provide some of the foundations necessary for innovation in a quite complex context, a context that is not purely urban, but that is a mix of urban, peri-urban, and rural. Turning now to the other aspects of the MMSEZ, the energy perspective, renewable energy, solar energy, and how this connects with the agricultural environment, for example. And here it's very important to have an intergenerational perspective and an inter-environmental perspective. Traditionally, agriculture happened on farms outside of urban areas. But there is no reason today why we cannot grow food and other agricultural in industrial contexts, in city contexts, where that between agriculture, industry, and biogas production can be actually quite connected. We also want to see the application of forms of precision agriculture, where we're using data analytics, for example, to improve crop yield in context of climate change, poor soil, and so on. So this idea of knowledge in an innovation system is really important, where the innovation production is not far away from each other, as is the traditional reality. Agriculture in one place, industry in another place, bringing agriculture, industry, and energy production closer together. I said an intergenerational perspective. It's really important to bring young people into the MMSEZ environment. In a previous era, young people were generally excluded from any engagement with innovation, but that is no longer true today. We have tech hub spaces where many young people are present, doing software development, learning in 3D printing hubs and maker spaces. This, for example, is a robotics academy in Rwanda. Young people, school-going age, and immediately post-school. And building robots, they're working with Internet of Things, sensors, creating these new environments, because really they are the generation that is really going to build the output of the MMSEZ. In a similar environment, we're doing some work with the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone at the port of Saldanha Bay. And we are engaged in working with teachers, grade 8 and grade 9 mathematics, share new approaches to teaching mathematics using dynamic software like Microsoft Excel, GeoGebra, Geometer Sketchpad, to create a generation of young people who will be good engineers foundations, because using dynamic software just makes the math learning experience so much easier. So the SEZ or the IDZ focus is, as others have said, a long-term focus. And this allows us to run the building of an innovation system in parallel with growing the resources of the young people who will really be the future of these SEZs and IDZs. It is quite true that the villages should not be left aside. At their own discretion, based on their own needs and requirements, we need to be providing the environments for. And these pictures are courtesy of PhD students Tsetseho Magoro, who is engaged in Mamaila village, which is in Limpopo province. That's an aerial view of Mamaila village. The community is building the Mamaila community Wi-Fi network. There is some interest and need for digital financial technologies or fintech. There is a need for applications or apps for local agricultural production and general community participation beyond simply using our mobile phone or simply watching TV. Villages too can have applications that meet their particular needs and enable them to engage with society and the economy. I included a very simple picture of an innovation cycle, and I won't belabor the point, but I simply want to say that there are many phases in innovation, each phase with its own level of difficulty, its own level of complexity, and its own level of distinctiveness, depending on whether we are focused on commercialization or socialization. And really, really important, because resources are not endless, is the need to think about frugal innovation and apply frugal innovation design. Some forms of frugal innovation include low cost or extreme low cost engineering and the use not only of financial investment, but social capital in innovation partnerships. We've seen effective use or effective application of frugal innovation design, particularly in India, in the Tata environment, in the Grameen Bank environment, and these are approaches that we need to consider and apply in South Africa in the MMSEZ. I'm going to end here by briefly again talking about the importance of skills. This particular visualization comes from the implementation program of a strategy adopted by the South African Cabinet in August 2021, just about a year ago. South African Cabinet adopted a strategy called the National Digital and Future Strategy. So really future focused. And in terms of the strategy, we see multiple journeys from schooling, from higher education and technical and vocational education, learning amongst citizens, digital health literacy, and this combination of skills journeys of people currently in education and people beyond education, in the workplace, in the private sector workplace, in the industrial workplace, in the government workplace. These multiple journeys can lead us to a context where we have sound digital skills foundations for the kinds of economic and social innovation that we will see growing up around the Musina-Makhado corridor in the MMSEZ. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abrahams, and I agree with you. Innovation is indeed complex, and it requires us as universities to really relook at the curriculum that we are offering. Is it a transformed curriculum? Is it relevant? And does it really empower our students with the skills and attributes that can make them innovators of these smart, that make them contributors to the fourth industrial revolution. We will now open the floor for questions.
In the chat?
Yes, also in the chat. We will take questions also that are in the chat. Thank you. Questions in the chat? From the chat? Not? Okay, then we will open the floor from the audience here. Introduce yourself and then pose your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mohammed Tayob from Spatialize. You know, we were the service providers in developing the smart city model. And I thank all the presenters and all the speakers for the robust and insightful topics and themes that have been presented. And, you know, a recurring theme has been that of creating smart villages and, you know, and ensuring that the rural population is part of realizing this model. And so, yeah, and, you know, if we look at the smart city model in more detail, we place considerable emphasis on realizing this. And you know, I think a departure point in creating smart villages really is to ensure that the inhabitants of the villages have access to basic services, whether it's enabled by technology or not, you know, and to realize a smart city model, substantial investments needs to be made in hard and in soft infrastructure, you know, so and also you know, a presentation was made where they spoke about, you know, bottom-up approaches and hearing the voices of the rural population. And, you know, so some of the raw input data that will go into the cloud needs to come from the rural population themselves, you know. And so, yeah, and, you know, and on that note, it's just comprehending, you know, that many inhabitants of rural villages are engaged in subsistence farming. You know, I don't know the rural region intimately in the Vambia district, but you know, there are many people that are engaged in cattle farming, and these are largely considered as survival strategies. So I think it's about understanding how to assist this population to have a scalable footprint in the economy. How do you integrate them into the mainstream economy, given that you know, that's one of the core objectives of the SEZ, you know. And so also, you know, we've thought about it, you know, we're looking at creating a very integrated and connected region. So there's various villages that exist, you know, on either side of the N1 corridor, that the N1 transformation corridor. So we're proposing to create linkages from these villages to the N1 through the strategic location of socio-economic infrastructure along the routes, you know. And together with that, it's about creating enabling platforms within the rural villages. I mean, there's a vast array of potential and knowledge, but people, you know, they don't, simply through a lack of access to the internet, don't know what's out there. I mean, a simple example may be how to go about applying for a bursary. So it's about setting up those communal spaces through very creative and innovative place-making interventions that will bring the rural populace into the mainstream economy. And also, you know, they should be connected physically through hard infrastructure investments. And, you know, when we were thinking of how to lay out the SEZ sites, particularly the northern SEZ site, you know, in our layout plan, you know, we placed a lot of emphasis on human-scale interventions and spaces for more micro enterprises to come and trade. So for example, is maybe, you know, on a Saturday there's a fresh produce market happening. Somebody from the rural village needs to be able to bring their goods along the corridor and sell it, and and sell their products in this high caliber, attractive space. So that's how we thought of critically including the rural villages. So thank you.
I think you have just really affirmed what the speakers this morning have been saying about including the rural communities while we develop these smart villages. Actually, I think even a term was coined, smart villages, not only looking at smart cities, but I think that is very important. I think it's a golden thread that goes across all the presentations that we had this morning. And also just to say that it's exciting that this smart village concept is starting to take flight. We have a presentation this afternoon where Professor Kanyani will be talking to us about a collaborative project on smart villages. So we still have our panel of experts online. Dr. Abrahams, perhaps you would like to comment, especially with the PhD project that you worked on of creating the smart village of the Mamaila.
Very briefly, thank you so much for that question. The initial work with the community was really to lay the foundations of communication, because communication is crucial. Communicating about the nature of the, in fact, the work is called digital Mandwane. A different perspective from the traditional or the historical, what was called ICT for development, because ICT for development tended to be very technology focused, whereas the student's view was that we need a human-centered approach. And so she evolved this idea of digital Mandwane. One of the activities in the village is where villagers, as I said, are building the Mamaila community Wi-Fi network. A few other projects, some of which are still to commence, will be the design of appropriate apps for local farmers, the local farming community. And progressively, by adding features or components of a project or apps design, we are working towards building what we call a living lab, a living laboratory, where young people from the local community themselves will learn foundational skills in software design and development. And progressively, this living lab will become a space where the community will have digital skills and resources to design its own applications. So that's just a brief perspective on the living lab idea, the digital Mandwane idea in the Mamaila context. Thank you.
Dr. Abrahams, that really sounds like a very exciting project. We need to wrap up the session, but I will allow one last question from the audience. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. The point that I want to make is that my grandmother, who's 96 years old now, she's having a cell phone. I'm able to call her and she can call me. And here we are talking about Mama Ila Manduan. And my understanding, Manduan means Matropetanamus. Manduan. Kachangana Manduan is when children are playing. Manduan. And all the speakers who have spoken here, we are talking about whether it's a transition to fourth industrial revolution. But as far as I'm concerned, we are already there. It had to take COVID for us to see that we are there. And I'm saying, how can we enhance this communication network that has already been established? Remember, as rural province, the advantage of cellular phone, we're able to do banking, we could do schooling, distance learning, we could do a lot of things. And the Mama Ila project, where, remember, people of the village, where the doctor was talking about, they do not want to change their livelihood. They want to live as they are. But with technology, we can only advance their livelihood and document how people live. For instance, if you talk about subsistence farming and how they lose their stocks because of certain disease. So for me is that this kind of collaboration is something that we need to deal with, more especially ourselves as government and private sector and our institutions of learning. Because I think that would assist. We, as a Department of Economic Development, we have a strategy called Township and Rural Development. Dr. Mike Nkuna, who has pledged 4 billion, is talking about coming up with development in the villages. So for me, what becomes critical is that how do we concretize all these things that we're talking about? For instance, the one the doctor from VES was talking about, it's only new for us, because if we could cooperate and leverage from that, and we can learn something from there, so that we should be able to massify it, because the issue is about massifying it. That will be my comment.
Thank you, MEC, and you rightly say that in a way we are already in the fourth industrial revolution, but how do we enhance the connectivity and massify access to information, especially for our rural communities? And this is exactly the intention of this platform, because I believe here in this platform we have the stakeholders that are relevant for that type of collaboration. We have the university, where we have a faculty of or departments of ICT. We have business. We have government. We have communities here with us. We have students. So I think this is the right platform, and we have heard how villages like Hamamaila, how they are championing building their own network infrastructure. I think for me that's very impressive, and you nailed it. We must go and learn from the people of Hamamaila, and this is a type of intervention that I think it can even be transferred and implemented in another village. But it's very important that we learn, when we see good practice, that we go and we collaborate, we learn from each other. So I really appreciate that input, MEC. So the time is 1:11. And I think maybe perhaps Dr. Jethro, I should allow you, since you are so passionate about the inclusion of rural communities in development of technologies and these smart villages, that the rural villages, the people prefer the simple way of life, but how can we use this technology to improve and to enhance their life, and also to integrate them into this smart city? So I'll allow you, Dr. Jethro, to just say something. And then I'm not sure if Mr. Ogra, are you still on?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, after Dr. Jethro, then I will allow you some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. It's very exciting, but what is key is to understand where they are, what are they doing, how are they doing whatever they are doing. Then we can find ways of locating technology that may improve what they are doing already. I was having a lecture on microfinance, whereby literature shows that in 2006 in South Africa, only 50-something% of the rural people were included in the financial system, but currently almost everyone is having access to finance due to use of cell phone banking and stuff like that. Yes, things are already happening, but the question is, for it to be sustainable, let's piggyback on what they're already doing. Let's understand what they're already doing, so that they can easily relate, they can easily adopt, they can easily innovate. That's innovation. Rather than trying to bring something that has worked in India. Yes, it may have worked there, but I think it would be even much far better if we understand what they're doing, we build upon what they're already doing, then surely, that's why I said, a typical example, if we do something at Chakuma market, fresh produce market there, if we do something whereby we locate, we infuse technology to improve what they're already doing, I will be very excited. I will really be saying, yes, we are going there. Because basically, not all of them will leave whatever they are doing to go and work in the special economic zone. It may be impossible, but let's do some study, let's engage, have some conversation where they are already. Yes, for those that are close, indeed, they can benefit in that way. But those that may be far, so that we talk of use of ICT for regional integration. Integration in the sense that those who may not, who are deep in Masisi there, they're taking advantage of ICT to improve whatever they are doing. They won't feel being left out, but they will be part and parcel of the whole conversation. But at the end of the day, all stakeholders should come together, engage them, then we can come up with lasting solutions that helps the society, that helps the rural villagers. And indeed, we can then talk of a smart village, which is already, something is already there, as we are saying, but let's massify it, let's improve it. I thank you.
Dr. Jethro, and before we go to you, Mr. Ogra, there's a question from Kyle, who's connected via Facebook. So Kyle's question is, he doubts that this project is going to be successful, and how can we convince Kyle that the MMSZ East Smart City is going to be a success? And I think Mr. Masocha must put you on the spot as the CEO of the MMSEZ.
Thanks, Prof. Madam Moderator. I have been following Kyle's comments on YouTube. She's got quite several concerns, not only about the success of the project, she's also raising an issue about water resources. She's raising issues about the possibility of this project harming the environment. And we appreciate those concerns. And the reason why we introducing the smart city model is another intervention on how do we deal with the issue of adaptation and mitigation in interacting with the environment when you industrialize. So this initiative seeks to come closer to home, to where Kyle is, to say, Kyle, we are alive to the reality of the imperative of us preserving the environment in whatever we're doing. And that it is for that reason that we're introducing these user-friendly models and systems so that we can coexist with nature in realizing the quality of life for our people. However, this project can only succeed if it is supported by all of us here, if it is supported by other stakeholders out there that they've got the common interest of our people at heart, not the interest of standing on the way of that which seeks to benefit our people. And we wish to extend the hand of partnership and friendship to her and many other stakeholders so that we can work together and find a solution if indeed there is a problem for this project to succeed. Thanks very much.
Mr. Masocha will also allow the MEC to respond to Kyle's concern or add to what Mr. Masocha has already alluded to.
On this one, I'm going to stand up. We want to thank Kyle for that question. I was when we had an investment conference last week. We were able to raise almost 2.8 billion rand. And it's part of industrialization of our province. It ranges from tourism, agriculture, and mining. Limpopo is endowed with a lot of minerals. And the people of Limpopo, if you look at the poverty index, I think we are the second poorest province in South Africa. Yet, we have 80% of platinum in our province, 60% of platinum. We got diamond. And we are all exporting these minerals overseas. And the time has come for us to beneficiate. You know, when I was in the youth league, when I was 13 years, 14 years, even when I could understand the word beneficiation, that's what I was told, that we need to beneficiate. Remember, we have agricultural product, primary agricultural product. All of them, they are in Joburg. And so we are saying to Kyle, if we don't have water in Musina, there's water in Tuvats. We have towards them, the warp dam, which is not utilized, as we're speaking, is full. The thing that we could do here, we could still go and do it that side. And remember, as an MEC for Environmental Affairs, we are not going to destroy our nature. But also as Africans are the most affected people. They are poor. And the farmers there, we are engaging, the CEO and the chairperson is engaging them, and they've come on board, because for us is that those who benefited and those who were marginalized, they must come together. When you talk about inclusive economy, we really mean it. It's not just a talk. And we will accept people who will criticize us, but also make suggestions. Because when I was speaking to the Chinese, who are the operators, they're saying they are coming with the mitigating factors, the technology that will deal with atmospheric pressure, will deal with issues that people are raising. And we fairly, we are serious, because you have seen that the president is supportive of the project. DTIC is also with us, and we want to assure all the partners that we will engage them till the last person to make sure that this project becomes successful. I think, Doctor, we will because this means more to us than anything else.
Thank you. also now allow the chairperson of the MMSEZ board to respond.
Thank you, Program Director. One of the things that I'm not well trained in, that I don't want to be trained in, is diplomacy. I don't want to be trained in diplomacy because there's no room for diplomacy in business. I'm a practicing businessman and I'm pragmatic. I have very little tolerance and time for people who are naysayers. Every human endeavor, I'm sure when this university was built or conceptualized, there would be naysayers who said, no, you can't do it. The Mpumalanga University in Nelspruit, no, you can't do it. The Gautrain in Gauteng, no, you can't do it. So, I don't want to focus my attention, that's why I won't stand up. Let me see. I would not stand up for such kind of position. I respect people who provide constructive criticism and advance reasons. If you come to me and say, I don't believe that you can make this, that's fine. Believe that I can make it and watch me make it. So this project will not fail.
Thank you, Chair. And indeed, this project will not fail because I think we have the right mix of people who are working together towards the success of this project. And indeed, you can see how full this auditorium is. So you could hear the speakers, you know, so this project is going to succeed. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so Mr. Ogra, I promised you that you will have time for concluding remarks. Are you still connected?
From my side, I would emphasize on what needs the cities need to do. Two important aspects. One is the value chain point of view. The second is the digitalized economy point of view. And third is the open data point of view. These three are very strategic pillars which cities need to leverage in terms of the smart transition from where they are. Some of the cities are doing exceptionally well or in the process of transforming certain sectors in a very phenomenal space. And the other areas in terms of focusing is basically the innovation part where cities can really transform in terms of on various sectors, various aspects in terms of from the political point of view, from the community engagement point of view, investment point of view, technological integration point of view, and other dimensions. So these are three strategic areas. While emerging technologies are coming up, cities are embracing them in a very sectoral approach or a very integrated approach. So there is very rapid transformation happening at a city level. So these are the three important aspects. First is the view. Traditionally, we have been focusing on these policies, frameworks, and other things, but now this is really getting fast-tracked through the technology integration. So digital economy plays a very important part, and how do we leverage these master plans with a digital transformation point of view? That's important. So second one is the digital economy point of view, and the third is the open data point of view, which is very important based on the various technologies in space. Thank you.
Thank you for wrapping that up, Mr. Oga. And I think in the interest of time, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers of this Smart City panel. The presentations were very, very excellent. The discussions were also very robust, and I learned a lot. I'm not sure about you, but I'm really excited and really, really looking forward to this intergenerational project. 10 years from now, you know, I'm really interested. I'm already imagining envisioning how this Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone Smart City is going to look like. So colleagues, can we take this time to, with a round of applause, thank our speakers for this morning as we go to lunch. I will now ask the program director in terms of the logistics of time. Do we take an hour for lunch or 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes. Mr. Masocha has allowed us 30 minutes of lunch time, and we reconvene into our next panel on regional spatial development framework. Thank you.
For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopani, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River. A river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land with the hulking Waterberg mountain range on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world, with 3 national parks, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Endabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures and beliefs, our cities set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy. For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopane, bearer of the marula. Vaderberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River, a river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Vaderberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Vaderberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Ndabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best-kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our cities set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy. For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopani, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River. A river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Waterberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Entabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best-kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our cities set the stage excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy. For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopani, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River, a river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Waterberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Endabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best-kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our city set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at Big Gepeka in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Nothing else is quite like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy. For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo has thrived under the watchful eye of the various kings, queens, and kingdoms, whose reigns have been the pathway of its people to this day. Limpopo has 5 diverse districts, each with its own distinct offerings. Capricorn, the heart of business. Bembe, home to the majestic baobab trees. Mopani, bearer of the marula. Waterberg, the golf and safari destination. And Sekhukhune, part of culture and heritage. This is the land where the raging waters of the Mogalakwena and Mariko rivers meet to form the great meandering Limpopo River, a river that provides a lifeline to the thousands of local species inhabiting the grasslands and forests on either side. The land where the hulking Waterberg mountain range traces a jagged edge on the horizon, with peaks reaching nearly 2 kilometers into the air, looking into the vast expanse of the Waterberg Biosphere, the only savanna biosphere reserve in the world. With 3 national parks, Mapungubwe to the north, Marakele to the west, and to the east, the world-famous Kruger National Park. These beautiful nature reserves set the stage where predator and prey take part in an ancient and deadly battle for survival. To the north, with their roots growing into the heavens, are the ancient trees of Musina's Baobab Forest, a place where trees nearly as old as the land itself stand tall, bearing witness to the world shifting around them. Amidst all of this, nestled away in the Endabeni Safari Conservatory is one of our best-kept secrets, the fabled Extreme 19th Hole, the world's highest and longest par 3 golf hole, an experience that is sure to drive you off the edge. Home to an amazing blend of people, cultures, and beliefs, our city set the stage for South African excellence to continue leaving the rest of the world in awe. Thriving businesses across all sectors, from mining to tourism, help make Limpopo a land of opportunity and growth. Whether you're a daring hunter staring down his sights at big game, a lone backpacker in search of new adventure, or a family looking to write new stories to share around the fire, Limpopo's melting pot of urban, natural, and cultural diversity offers a multitude of new experiences for any who choose to visit. So take a drive or take a flight and come see it all for yourself. Come and experience something different, something more. Not like Limpopo. With Limpopo Tourism, there's so much more to enjoy. For centuries, the vast landscape of Limpopo
afternoon to you all colleagues. I trust you had...
Can I just...
Thank you. A very good to all of you colleagues, and I will take advantage of what our learned professors have taught us before, that when you sit and when you speak before, your elders and distinguished guests, you always start by saying all protocol observed. And with that in mind, may you also join me as part of the South African Planning Institute and the South African Council of Planners in mourning the passing of one of our leading lights in terms of planning in the country. Her name, and most of you might know her, was Professor Vanessa Watson. She passed on yesterday at 10:45, and we are all in mourning, but we are happy that she left a legacy, and a legacy in terms of planning thought, planning design, ideas around smart cities, around how do you link and connect villages and bring meaning in terms of development to all people and the sectors of the economy, which is a legacy that we will all be happy to carry forward. My name is James Chakwizera. I'm from the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture. I will be chairing this session. I have the singular pleasure and honor to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Caspar Badenhorst. He's joining us virtually. What is very exciting about him is that he's a registered professional planner with a lot of experience, and he is part of the Maswana Group, which is a service provider that has been contracted by the province in developing the regional spatial development framework. And Caspar himself is the project manager on this assignment. And we couldn't have got anyone better who could come and start to talk about this regional development planning perspective and how it can be domesticated and reduced and made relevant to the issues that are at the heart and soul of the development mandate of our province. One of the key issues when we look back is that in 2013 we enacted the SPLUMA, or what is called the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act. At that point in time, when there were consultations, there was a lot of conversations, others in agreement, others against, but one of the key issues that was inscribed in there was that we should now start to prepare what is called a regional spatial development framework for every province. And that was quite innovative, refreshing, and also forward-looking. And as I reflected on it today, I said the same kind of intense debate and conversations that we had back then are almost the same that are being mirrored by the smart city model rollout. And perhaps after 5-10 years down the line, we will all be in unison that it was quite a progressive. And with that, let me allow Caspar Badenhorst to join us and share with us how the regional spatial development framework is going to help us in actualizing the smart city model. Over to you, Mr. Caspar Badenhorst. your presentation, the slide models, then you could proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Chakwezira. Hope you can all hear me, and if you can, I hope you can see the presentation. Good afternoon. I just want to check if I'm audible. Can everybody see the presentation, and can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I think, thank you firstly, Dr. Chakwezira, for the wonderful words of welcome. Good afternoon, delegates, honorable members, and all other protocols observed as mentioned by Dr. Chakwezira. I think we're moving in towards exciting times, and it's good to see that the Limpopo province is taking this initiative and these first major leaps in terms of how we see South Africa growing in the future. So it's very exciting to be part of this initiative. It's exciting to contribute to the province. I have a special place for the Limpopo province. I've grown up there my whole life, been in many of those places, and it's a privilege honor, as I've mentioned, to participate in this session. I'm going to do a sort of a very high-level brief overview of what we intend to do through the regional spatial development framework. As a sort of a background, I think a lot of mention has been made in terms of the smart city and the contributions the smart city has made in really uplifting the economic the Limpopo, the northern parts of the Limpopo province. Of the regional spatial development framework, the discussion point was in looking specifically at Makado and Messina local municipality and how it needs to contribute in terms of the alignment with especially the southern SEZ site, which falls in between those two different municipalities. So the intent was to focus on those two initial municipalities, but we decided to look at the sort of a wider sort of strategy in improving the horizontal and vertical linkages within this region. By doing that, we also pull in a lot of key primary resources that would be required in the processing and the value adding and the mineral beneficiation and all of these buzzwords in terms of the smart city that would be required to sustain economic development in this region. So the concept here is Thulamela in terms of its human resources, capital in terms of its knowledge economy, in terms of its recreation resorts and all of similar sort of activities taking place in Thulamela, and how can we to the region is in terms of the future mineral explorations, mining opportunities, in terms of its tourism, and all of these considerations all need to be integrated into a smarter region. So we've got all of these dispersed opportunities that are very fragmented. And the idea and the concept of the regional development framework is to try to integrate and consolidate of our resources to we can really successful and a viable SEZ that will benefit not the whole South Africa, but predominantly the people of Limpopo province, the people of Wembe and Capricorn and these municipalities. So we need to look at skills development. We need to look at all of these aspects to really contribute to a viable region. So the regional spatial development framework is a process, as Dr. Chakwezira mentioned, is embedded through a SPLUMA. And the SPLUMA allows for a region. In this case, it was a requirement of the province to develop a regional spatial development framework to specifically try to address these issues, as I've mentioned. It also provides the necessary legal framework to capital investment frameworks through different departments and stakeholders in a regional space, and it also tries to I'm not going to dwell into too much. We currently finalize the legal and the policy context faces spatial challenges and opportunities, and we've currently now drafted our first in terms of spatial proposals, which we have had already some municipal engagements during the past week or so in obtaining additional, that is proper collaboration and integration of all the planning initiatives on a local, district and a provincial level into the regional spatial development framework. In essence, this framework should become a single sort of a report that development aspects, projects, initiatives in this region into a singular document so that we can improve coordination, cooperative governance, ensuring that we sustainable and viable development in our region. As I've mentioned, there are certain key deliverables. We currently in the proposals phase. We specifically look at the macro and the regional composite framework in terms of how we see the region being developed in terms of its structuring and land use management opportunities, and that we will also briefly touch on in this presentation. Alignment. We've looked at the national, provincial, district, local, bi-regional plans. The NOMURIS had to look and to assess to ensure that we do capture the essence of what is intended for region through the different levels of spatial frameworks. And we also prepared a sort of a governance drafted a governance model that could support the alignment from a bottom up and a top of what and how we need to prioritize certain development priorities and aspects from a planning perspective in this region. So a lot has been captured in the first phases in terms of the alignment and the alignment requirements, and there are a lot of opportunities that coincide with what we intend to see in a smart region, such as the Eastern East Cape and Transformation Corridor that's proposed in this National Spatial Development Framework. In terms of the spatial proposals, I think what's important here, and I think when we started in our collaboration with the Smart City strategy, we decided to not just look at the RSTF of the Regional Spatial Development Framework as an STF, but as a vehicle to create a smart region. And a lot of emphasis in the Smart City strategy has been captured in the DOP approach to also see how can the region benefit in terms of the smart city movement, and how can we especially adopt ourselves in terms of the fourth industrial revolution and all of these key issues that we need to consider in creating a more sustainable and a viable and a dignified sort of a region for our people in the study area or in the RSTF region. In terms of our spatial vision, we try to adopt a sort of a similar process as the SEZ Smart City, but I think it's important to look at key regional sort of concepts in terms of what do we require for living, what do people require, what do we require from a governance perspective, how do we improve mobility, how do we protect and manage our environment, and how we can stimulate and create a circular economy within our region. And those are, there are a few sort of pointers that we also highlighted in the Smart City vision. And we proposed a vision, again, also built on similar key issues, especially looking at the diversified and cultural natural landscape. The region is unique and there's a lot of cultural rich heritage in the region that should be observed, and a little is known about the region really. If you pass through along the N1 into Zimbabwe or down south into Gauteng, there's little information that can take you through the region that can indicate what opportunities there are. And a lot of emphasis should be placed on how we can improve and build on these opportunities in our region. The vision also captures the agricultural tourism. It looks at interregional connectivity and does not necessarily include within the region, but also outside the region into your SADC countries. There's a lot of it could be exploited through this process. We also need to improve our living conditions of residents through technologically enabled economic beneficiation. And through this, your typical ICT incubation centers, your smart schools, e-governance, and all of these initiatives can contribute and support to that specific intent. We followed and built on these key governance and all of these key issues. And we came up with 7 key development themes or strategies that specifically looks at the protection and sustainability and sustaining the region's resources base, to ensure that we look at infrastructure that's competitive and sustainable, sustainable rural and urban. Disregard the NSDF proposes sort of a polycentric development model which needs to be adopted for the region as well. And your urban, rural-urban linkages are critical to sustain development, which will also unlock your second economic opportunities within the regional and the rural space. So we also need to consider those issues. This region, and we've seen that in similar projects such as Medupi and many of the type of capital or catalytic type of projects in South Africa, is we see a lot of migration in the province. We need to see how we can strengthen and support a capable workforce in the region so that we can also, in a way, ring-fence employment opportunities for the people within our region in the specific targeted areas in terms of skills requirements. And that could be in mining, agriculture, tourism, and any other sector as well as we grow the SEZ and as we grow the region. We also need to look at improving quality of life, collaborative and transparent public service, and that's where your e-governance initiative in the Smart City can also contribute to collaborative and transparent governance. We also need to look at decent employment opportunities, and such as the SEZ creates these type of opportunities for communities to create a more sustainable opportunity. In terms of structuring elements, on a high level, I think we need to consider again the polycentric system of connected nodes as embedded in the MS and the spatial development frameworks. There are also provincial growth points, provincial spatial development framework. I think key areas targeted in these planning instruments is that the Messina as town as the export and export node, the SEZ, also as the SEZ regional development anchor, Makado as a regional development anchor, as well as Thohoyandou. So that's on a very wide, high level. Those are the key development anchors, and we took those as a guidance, but it's also important then to look at what do we do with areas such as in Blouberg municipalities, especially Swanba, Barwana, Mongori, Harriswish, in these areas that are also showing growing potential for either mining, tourism, or agricultural development. So it's important to consider other development areas as well. What we've recommended or proposed in the first draft is to look at two different types of development zones. The one is typically your SEZ development zone, but we also would like to establish a sort of a rural economic development zone. And that could specifically target your more rural, remote rural parts of the region. And we've envisaged to target areas such as Samba, Barwana, Mutale, Makonde, and the Tulamela area also shows potential in terms of agricultural production, produce, and irrigation schemes that could be rejuvenated. So there's a lot of opportunities in this regard, and we've also proposed a few development corridors. So we're aware of the movement freight corridors in terms of the N1, N11, and the freight corridor also leading through Pondrift into Botswana. But we've also recommended or proposed sort of a regional tourism development route along the Limpopo River, which interconnects a lot of the conservation corridors and zones within the region. We've looked at the Messina-Makado development corridor, and a strong GIS type of analysis was followed to sort of delineate the best possible corridor boundary in terms of development along the N1 between Makado and Messina. And we specifically tried to look at land that could be developed or not be developed, and a lot of detailed assessments has been done in terms of the possibility or identifying suitable strategically located land along this specific corridor for future development in terms of horizontal and vertical linkages. We've also proposed a rural economic development corridor that links the Blouberg and Tulamela municipalities all the way through to Masisi in Messina. And that again is an attempt to try and strengthen the vertical linkages that are really a big concern within this region. There's strong vertical linkages along the N1 and the N11, but very limited horizontal linkages. So we've been trying to reinforce that and trying to reinforce initiatives to strengthen that as well. Indirectly then providing the primary resources that would be required typically for your value adding agro-processing and all of these initiatives that are targeted in your smart cities. So we need to see how the region can contribute to especially primary resource production and provide value adding and processing opportunities in these SEZ sites. So we mentioned and touched on some of the, again, too much detail. The report is quite clear in terms of what notes we propose. We've also linked certain development functions to each of the development nodes. And the concept behind that is to see how we can also protect development opportunities within our space. So we don't want to create an environment where all the towns are developed in a similar way and we create a lot of competition. And if you look at the limited financial and income resources that we do have in the region, we need to be careful on what do we develop where and how we can benefit both a sort of a centralized approach, but also looking at the rural area in decentralizing some of the opportunities into the rural space. And that's exactly why we followed a sort of a development function for each of these nodes. Each of these nodes has a certain role to play to contribute to the smart region, thus in a way securing the viability of these areas. We also initiated or came up with a sort of a land use management model that was brought in November by a regional plan, which adopted a UNESCO supported by a regional planning model. And within this model, there are key spaces that we recommend. And the first one is, and those are areas that we will see even type of activities are proper conditions in terms of how we manage and how we do rehabilitate certain land use practices. We also have transitional areas that are also sensitive in a way, but we can still allow tourism opportunities. We can allow certain land uses that do contribute to the tourism sector. Then we have your agricultural areas, and those are typical areas that we want to protect in terms of food security within our region. We've got your urban and rural development areas or settlements, and we want to also combat urban sprawl through this sort of spatial planning categories, that we limit areas that we see further or future human settlement planning, and we need to look at different models in terms of housing typologies and strategies to support some of these initiatives. Then we also have your industrial development zones, which includes your SEZs and industrial parks that are evident in the region. And then lastly, the surface infrastructure that overlays on top of these 5 key planning principles. Now, if you take this approach, which is now also linked to key legislation, such as the core conservation areas, for example, is linked to your NEMA legislation, which looks at protected areas and protected area status. There's guidelines for these areas. And in a similar way, legislation, where possible, is also linked to the other categories, so that we can ensure that there's proper land use management structures in place that also follows legislation, but also allows the municipalities to implement a sort of a regional scale, uniform regional land use management model that can also support integrated, effective spatial planning and decision making within this region. I've mentioned the bioregional planning approach that is also adopted and supported by UNESCO. I think it's important that we look at balanced relationships between environmental integrity, human well-being, and economic efficiency, and that's key to the bioregional approach, and that's what we're trying to embed in this model. If you took the model into a spatial representation, the 5 categories with the 6th one, which is the surface infrastructure as an overlay, we more or less get a result on a regional level that provides a picture as presented here, that specifically looks at your key conservation areas. It presents areas for transitional land use, your key agricultural areas, urban areas, as well as surface infrastructure. So there's policies and legislation that will be linked to each of these specific zones on a high level. We also provided a more detailed level of this land use management model on a local level, which I will also present to you now. In terms of the regional composite or the regional framework, if you overlay the spatial structuring elements with the land use model, we basically end up with a result that provides a sort of a future growth scenario for the region in terms of which roads, which areas should be developed and what type of function is required. And now, as I've mentioned, for each of the proposals, more detail in terms of the local implications of this framework is also presented in the local spatial development framework of the local SDFs. In terms of the regional focus areas, I've mentioned the lower detail. I'm not going to go too much detail here. We actually had a session this morning with the municipalities to discuss some of the details, and there was some participation, and there's more participation that was requested in terms of individual workshops in ensuring that the local municipalities' projects and initiatives and concerns and challenges are well and adequately addressed in the regional spatial development framework as well. And I think municipalities also see the benefit of having an integrated space in terms of supporting each other in terms of planning and planning decisions, when especially you look at the limited capacity and the resources we do have within the region to contribute to effective and sustainable planning practices. So there's a lot of benefits in following this approach and ensuring that the municipalities and the local SDFs do also align to these initiatives. In terms of the SEZ focus, what we try to do is also to look at the specific SEZ focus areas and to see what type of opportunities and initiatives from a regional level is important within the local space or the SEZ space. And typically here in this regard, for example, on the SEZ northern side, we look at cross-border development. There are challenges in that regard. You see similar initiatives such as the SEZ evident in the Beitbridge in Zimbabwe side, and how do we coordinate and ensure that we don't see unnecessary duplication of efforts, and how do we integrate efforts in coordinating effective and sustainable development, not just for the SEZ sites on both sides, but as well as for the whole SADC region, how we can complement each other to build a stronger economic focus area between Messina and Beitbridge. I think what's of key concern is surface water resources. There are a few proposals available in terms of how we can acquire water resources. I think it's also important to look at the proposed cargo hub that's proposed in Messina to support the SEZ, the Mutashi Transitional Development Corridor. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are a few opportunities that we need to consider, especially in the SEZ sites. And we also try to sort of create a development edge that could contain and could allow for future development within the space, not necessarily to move in the local STF environment, but just to provide a sort of a regional scale guideline on what we foresee should be developed from a regional perspective in and around the SEZ sites. And we did a similar process for the southern SEZ site. I think what we also try to specifically address here is to look at alternative road linkages and corridors to and from areas such as Thohoyandou, because we foresee a lot of movement from Thohoyandou into the SEZ environments as well, and we can't allow all traffic and all congestion to be only on the N1, so we need to allow for alternative roads to lessen traffic congestion in the future. There is going to be an influx of freight movement, passenger movement within the space, and we need to see how we can consider alternative linkages either from a north-south or east-west as well, just to take off some of the pressure that is envisaged for these type of developments in the future. We've also looked at the possibility of a road-to-rail structure, road-to-rail strategy, where we want to promote especially bulk movement along the N1, rather to promote that type of bulk freight movement along using rail networks. And there's opportunities in that regard. There's a railway station towards the left of the southern side, and it could be upgraded to allow for sort of a proper terminal that would support the road-to-rail strategy. So there's opportunities in that regard that should be investigated. In essence, I think what's key in terms of the planning interventions here is we need to look at development in locations that are sustainable. And I think in our approach, we also prepared or promote sort of proposed a key development triangle. There's a sort of a development triangle that's formed between Messina, the smart city, Makado, and Thulamela, or Thohoyandou, which is in Thulamela. And there's a lot of opportunity, and about 80% of your economic activity within the region is within that development triangle. So we've tried to also do this in that regard, but we also try to, as we've mentioned before, to strengthen the more vertical linkages into that space as well, to see how we can stimulate and decentralize some of the initiatives as well to create a more viable and sustainable region. What's important is the balance between urban and rural development, urban sprawl to be discouraged, optimize the use of existing resources and infrastructure. As we've mentioned, cross-boundary linkages are critical. We need to reinforce them. There are some twinning and tripartite agreements in place that needs to be reviewed, especially with taking these type of SEZ initiatives into consideration. We need to focus on localities that show economic growth or growth potential. Access to land, to security of tenure is critical. I think if you look at private sector investment, we need to look at models where we can attract and provide security of tenure for these type of investments, and typically your SEZ sites to provide that sort of security. We need to protect our prime unique agricultural land, and I think that's well captured in the local STS as well. And it's critical that we do look after our
Thank you very much, Mr. Caspar Badenhorst, for that brilliant presentation in which you shared with us your current progress with respect to the Regional Spatial Development Framework, and you have also enjoined us to participate in the continued waves of consultation that are going to be rolled on. And without much ado, this presentation was only meant, for us to understand some of the initiatives that are being rolled out to support and to ensure that the smart city region concept is going to be a success, and for it is not up for discussion. And also, in the interest of time, I will then have to request my colleagues my colleague who's moderating the next session, Dr. Chilidzi Rachitanga, to come forward so that he could now chair the co-creation panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, can you hear me? Afternoon. I know that I'm moderating the graveyard shift after that heavy lunch that we all had. Lovely food from Venda, always served with pap and something. So you have already been told, my name is Chilidzi Rachitanga. I'm moderating this, our last session of this very important symposium. And I would like to start by saying that like all the others before me, I really acknowledge leaders that are within us, the acting mayor, Mr. Dixon Masemula in absentia, MEC, Thabo Mkoni, and all the other mayors, the local municipality mayors that are here, the board chair of the Musina Makado SEZ, the CEO, Mr. Lihlonolo Masuha, and officials from the various departments that are here, and all the participants, protocol observed. I am extremely grateful to have been invited to take part in this important work, especially because I am a child of this province and particularly of this region. My village is just some 7 kilometers away from here. So it is really indeed very great that I could take part in this. I should state that it's also quite relevant for me to be here because, as some of you might know, I did publish this book, New Cities, New Economies, South Africa and Africa's Grand Plan, a Pan-African Economic Revolution, which is really advocating for South Africa and the rest of the continent to be deliberate about master plans for developing cities. As a result of the rapid urbanization that's sweeping through our continent, it was indicated earlier on. For this to be done here at Limpopo as one of the initial provinces and regions that are taking advantage of this, I feel very proud indeed. We need to build sustainable cities that are economically sustainable, socially, ecologically, and environmentally sustainable. And I think this is the lead that we are seeing from the Musina Makado SEZ in linking the especially of because
that are not going to be sustainable. I must say that taking that you have taken for yourself, it really requires. You have shown the lead and you are willing to be audacious. Heavy lies the head that wears the crown, as it is said. Because essentially, this is a moment of civilization. Our civilization, which was brutally disrupted by slavery, imperialism, and apartheid colonialism. But a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. I was also asked to comment a little bit about the triple helix model in rolling out the smart new city associated with the Musina Makhado SEZ. Already, I think you are demonstrating leadership because you have brought together here, as it is according to the triple helix model, you have brought together the university community, you have brought together government and industry. The triple helix model emphasizes the need to plan and execute projects of this magnitude by combining these critical stakeholders, government, universities, and businesses or industry. But I would hasten to add that I think we need to go beyond triple helix. In your own right, you have done that. We need to add civil society. I heard that there are some communities here, so beyond the three critical stakeholders, we need communities to be on board. And in undertaking or bringing about universities on board, I would also say emphasize transdisciplinarity so that it's not only universities, but it's also think tanks and research centers, something that I think you're already taking heed of. Beyond society, one would also say that it is important to consult not only with institutions, but also with the environment. Because a lot of the strength of new cities is embedded in the strengths that already reside in the environment. Our environment, I think many people have said, with natural resources, well endowed with people, because people are also a strength. They have cultures, they have customs, they have something that they can contribute to how you imagine a city quite unique from elsewhere around the world. And that unique is what must come out in how we imagine this new city of Musina Makhado special economic zones. There is a tendency elsewhere to depend too much on Western designs, what I call Western dependency syndrome. But I think that the various speakers and presenters and even the leadership of Musina Makhado SEZ has committed to that they are going to harness the unique strengths that reside in the environment, that reside in the people, that reside in the history and heritage of the place where you are locating this city. With that being said, and without any further ado, let me. This is a co-creation panel, which succinctly, as we close the symposium, demonstrate that the government through the SEZ is conscious of the fact that this city will only be created through co-creation. So the first speaker in this panel, we are Ajit Gopal, because he has some very, very pressing commitment that's coming up soon. Dr. Ajit Gopal is going to speak to us on advanced manufacturing within an eco-industrial park. He is the acting cluster executive manager of the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, focusing on future production. CSIR Future Production Manufacturing focuses its science, engineering, and technology base on contributing towards South Africa's reindustrialization by developing or facilitating the uptake of new technology that will improve the competitiveness and productivity of strategic local economic sectors, something which is the focus of the Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone. I request you humbly, Dr. Ajit Gopal, to please give us in 10 minutes input. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and good afternoon, delegates. Thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to the symposium this afternoon. So as the Chair mentioned, I'm going to be discussing or talking about advanced manufacturing. Part of digital transformation we mentioned is integrating upstream and downstream supply chains to be able to pull resources through the supply chain on demand based on market requirements. There's full visibility of resource consumption across the entire product or service value chain, and inefficiencies and wastages are minimized across the entire product offering, the entire value chain. So the efficiencies are not just localized. Improvement in efficiencies and the improvement in waste reduction is not just localized to within the company, but stretches across companies through the full value chain, excuse me, of the product. Resource leveling within a project is fairly well understood. But now we talk about resource leveling across the value chain, across multiple companies and industries for optimum usage of, for example, fixed energy supply. So peak demand management across multiple companies within an eco-industrial park. Waste management through recycling, water jet cutting, and the HIP is a hot isostatic press eye, advanced manufacturing technologies that use closed loop system processes where resources are recycled and not just dumped to waste. They also trap byproducts for further beneficiation in alternate value chains. And then the use of solid state devices also for increased efficiencies. And the example here is solid state lasers versus gas lasers as an example. And lastly, additive manufacturing versus subtractive manufacturing. Subtractive manufacturing is the traditional way of doing things that result in a lot of wastage, whereas additive manufacturing makes more optimum use of resources from the material side to the input in terms of energy inputs as well. And I've put a picture on the left and on the right hand side here that was taken out of a journal of international manufacturing in 2017. It's a Chinese journal that talks around resource sharing moving beyond resource sharing within an enterprise to resource sharing among industries or multiple enterprises. And I think that's what the eco-industrial park can contribute towards as well. And before it's within the same area for further beneficiation. 35% of byproducts were required by other companies within that industrial zone, and 35% of waste products were also required as inputs, input resources by other companies. Yet 35% of the companies in the area were not even aware that they had a chain within that industrial zone. And I think that just emphasizes the key aspect that EIPs must be designed to foster a symbiotic ecosystem where sharing of resources is encouraged. Value creation is across industries and across companies and not just within a company, and promote the concept of the circular economy. And definitely advanced manufacturing instantiates these design goals and can contribute and enable the achievement of the strategic objectives of the EIP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much, Dr. Koppel, for that very important input, which demonstrates to us that these issues that we are talking about, advanced manufacturing within an industrial park, an eco-industrial park, is not a dream. It is already being practiced and therefore improves efficiencies and reduces costs. I think that this presents a challenge which says that before we wait for the creation of the smart city, we need to begin demonstrating some of these solutions in our local environments. As you know, the Musina Makhado smart city is sandwiched between the Makhado town and the Musina town, which means that we have a platform, we have a canvas within which currently right now we can deploy some of these smart technologies so that by the time we introduce them, when the smart city is built, our people in the surrounding areas, communities and villages no longer fear what we mean when we say that these are geared to be smart cities. They can actually be, it can be demonstrated in practice. I'm hoping that this relationship with CSIR will allow for the SEZ to already begin introducing these technologies within these immediate two towns. This brings us to our next speaker, who is going to talk to us about biogas renewable energy pilot project in villages. I think this is to demonstrate exactly what I'm saying. There are certain villages that are already doing this. We will now call upon Dr. David Dinaro, pardon me if I'm not pronouncing your name well, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Physics within the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture at the University of Venda. Dr. David Dinaro leads the biogas research team. Implementation Steering Committee. Please come and share with us the experience that you have had in piloting this at the villages where it's being piloted, so that the community of Mlambiane, when the projects come to them, do not have to fear it and can realize that it's already being done in other villages. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, all protocol observed. I know there are so many respected people amongst us. I'm told I only have 10 minutes to make my presentation. It is not also long. Many things have been said. So I'm just going to at least say what we are doing as a group from the University of Venda. I don't know, are you going to? While they are preparing, oh, okay. I think something has gone wrong. Anyway, that slide was just to showcase some of the things which we are doing. As rightly said, I am a senior lecturer in the Department of Physics, and when I joined the University of Venda in 2009, I was so attracted by the positioning of the university, surrounded by communities which resembled quite well where I come from. I come from Zimbabwe. I come from Chipinge, is one of those poor, areas, and the kind of life we live there is just like most of the communities which are around. In trying to contribute to the development of the communities, looking at the SDGs, I realized that the University of Venda, through its well-planned strategies, these are community engagement, training students to be relevant, showing our relevance in the community. I really felt I was properly positioned. So we started going into the rural communities to just check what is existing there. one thing which we noted, and maybe you can push the slides. Okay. One thing which we noted significantly was Limpopo, in all the statistics of the country, if you see it high, it means it is negative. Where it is low, it means it's positive. Meaning to say, if you want to look at, for example, dirty sources of energy use by households, the figures are higher in Limpopo. If you look at poverty, the figures are higher in Limpopo. And if you look at other services which are positive, the figures are lower in Limpopo. Then I said to myself, oh, that's where we can show our relevance. So our Department of Physics, working together with colleagues from other departments in the faculty, now in the faculty, but who used to be in other schools, we came to start some engagement with the communities. We go to the communities, we take information as to assessing how the communities are, living, trying to get their challenges, doing awareness of the possible technologies which can be applied. And here we are doing a number of projects on biogas, and for those who may not know, this biogas is converting waste to energy at a household level. So to me, it resonates very well with the concept of smart cities, but starting from the individual household at rural communities. I believe that for it to be workable as a smart city, it needs to be surrounded by people who are self-reliant, who can produce and contribute, significantly to the economy of the country. Selling, taking their produce to the smart city, and exchanging, having that nice relationship between the villages and the communities. So the communities which we are working in so far, I can say, we are working throughout the whole province, from Vembe, where we belong, to Waterberg, going towards Gauteng. We get support from international organizations and also national government. To start with, we got very good support from LEADET, 2013, 2014, where we presented our case after having demonstrated at the university the concept of biogas and what it can do to the household. So we asked for assistance from LEADET, and LEADET gave us support to train our communities. We trained about 10 youth from the communities unemployed, and they built only 9 around Vembe. Then from there, we attracted attention of funders. So we got a project from United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which then we said, for this technology to be properly taken in, we needed to go into the communities and train all possible stakeholders like the youth who are not employed, school leavers, and the training will be in part theoretical. I don't know, my slides are not moving, okay. In part theoretical, where we are training the technology at a theory level to say what is it about, right? Then we go into the second phase where we are training practically, where now the youth are taken into the actual sizing and building of these structures. One very important about this kind of projects, and where we see our relevance in, is we are talking of unemployment in the province, which is very high. We are talking of food shortage. We are talking of utilization of wood for cooking and heating, which is rampant in the province. So the technology of biogas is actually answering to those challenges. It is converting waste from animals, which is digested, producing gas which has a lot of methane, which if it was not passed through that process, it would be emitted to the atmosphere and still, damage the atmosphere. So from there, the gas is being used to cook, replacing the cutting down of trees for firewood. Then the slurry, which is, the byproduct, the leftovers after the gas has come out, is even an improved manure for farming. So what are we doing? We are integrating energy generation for household cooking and heating, and fertilizer, replacing the chemical fertilizers, going organic. So these communities positioned in that way, looking at this new concept now of smart cities, smart villages, they will be, if properly supported, more confident to get in because they will be contributing. I still believe that the smart cities, those who will be there, they still need food to eat. And maybe that food can be really coming from these communities as well. So that exchange and, putting in the technologies of, communications that will even improve them to get to the better markets, say in the Gauteng area through, phones and so on. So in the stage now we started off training youth, but now we are even getting into schools. And this is one of the things which we really think as a government and us from the university, we can work together to make sure that we realize this goal. Schools, we are introducing the Young Farmers Club, which do feed digested. You know that in our schools, we have the National School Nutrition Program where children are fed, the food is cooked there. So now we are saying we are bringing entrepreneurs whom we create, who work at that school, using the unutilized land at the school to do gardening, piggery, and poultry. And a group of learners from grade 8 to grade 11 come in as, groups of young farmers club. Although not yet farmers, but they learn to be, so that we have them replicating what they are learning from what is really happening at the school, at home. And if they've got some pieces of land, they can do that and mentored by this entrepreneur who is working at the school. For us, we are saying these learners, at the time of their exit from even grade 11 or even grade 12, they are not going to be desperate to look for employment because already they have started, earning money when they were at school. They will be developed, and in this we are already working with LEADER. We have already processing a memorandum of understanding to work together so that the training of enterprise is coming from LEADER, and we are also working with EWCITA for accrediting the trainings which we are doing. So we are saying, in short, the sustainable development goals, the smart cities, the smart villages may need to be looked at starting from the grassroots. This is our point, to say, as university, we show our relevance by going to the grassroots and start making the impact there, preparing the communities to get to those levels when these new strategies come, they are prepared to take them up. I know I was not following any slides. I think you can just scroll down. I just want to show some evidence of what I'm talking about. Right, this is too small, of course, but you can see from the left side, we have got animals which include cattle, pigs, chicken, and so on. And there we've got farm residues, and those are mixed, with water, getting into that structure which is at the central, which is a digester, and that digester produces. You can see the other side is a clean, a cooking space where you are now cooking using the biogas. And the part is the slurry, which now comes to go to the garden again. So it's like a complete cycle. You start from the waste and come back to the food generation. And Going down, you can see a group of youth who are building that. What is it? Is job creation, and a decent one, right? Then the building of those, we are not importing anything. We are just buying from our local shops, right? So can you push further so that I can? Yeah, you can push faster now. Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge when your slides are controlled from somewhere. Can you push them down so that I can talk to the next slide? Okay, you can pass. I think we have already talked about that. Right, so for those who are interested in knowing a bit of some physics of this technology, the biogas digester which we talk about is a brick-built structure built underground, and is a spherical shape. And the principle of its function, the inlet is where we pour the mixture of water and the waste, and it gets into that reactor tank, which then has the process of digestion. And the part which you see gas is left empty without anything, so that when the gas is produced inside, it bubbles and collects there, and there it builds pressure, and that pressure pushes the slurry outward and it overflows, and we build some tanks which we call compost chambers. And those compost chambers, we are actually collecting the finished slurry, the processed slurry from the digester, which then we compost and make an organic fertilizer. All right? Then the gas is tapped from the top going to the kitchen. And already you are cooking, there you are getting your fertilizer. Can you push it? Push again. Move faster. Yeah, there. So you can see what I was talking about. Very labor intensive, brick-built cement. So all those youths who are idling in the communities, instead of leaving them like that, we prepare them to be, active citizens and contributing to the economy of the country by training them to build these structures, and then they form their groups of entrepreneurs. Already, as I have said, we have already 2 which are already running, which are actually employing these other new trainees as we go in the different districts. Okay, move. I just gave a summary of the villages where we have built the digesters. We have about smaller digesters, 112 units. Those smaller digesters, they are 6 cubic meter in total volume. They can produce about 1.2 cubic meter of gas a day, which can cook for at least 2 hours to 3 hours on one plate. All right. Then we have got also a slightly bigger one, which are 8 cubic, and the third one, 12 cubic. Then the fourth one, 18 cubic. 18 cubic is very big. We have got very few of such. We did one at Tombisilika, 2 units at Tombisilika College of Agriculture in, I don't know whether it's Kukune, I think it's Kukune. Then we have got at Tiani Secondary School, very near us here, an 18 cubic meter digester, which we put there. And at Tiani, this is the model school which we are working to do the agricultural part and start this Young Farmers Club initiative. You can. Okay, can you push? You can push again. Push. Again, I just want to go to the pictures. All right, there, okay, anyway, you can stay, you can leave it there because it's the same thing. Here is the collaborators, organizations we are with, starting from research, government, even individuals, United Nations, GEF, we are working together with them. Now, taking advantage of the presence of our government officials, we are getting support again from our local government, like the Capricorn District Municipality. We negotiated with them to say, we know that you are assisting village people with EPWP employment. And this EPW employment, to our eyes, it helps them to have income, but sometimes the work which they are doing does not add any value
in them. So we negotiated and said, can you not support this initiative so that we train some of those beneficiaries to really do this work and find a way of assisting the household so that they can, manage to get those. And we got from Capricorn District Municipality. So we did Polokwane, Blueberg under that funding. Then we are going to Mohalakwena. They have already promised. Going to Marulengi, they've already promised. Fetahomo is still to come up. So we are hoping, maybe through the leadership, that if need is there for us to come and properly, present how it is done to lobby for this, we will be very willing to do so. And we really hope if we all support that, we will be preparing for the smart villages and smart cities. Go down. I think the rest, you can just push. I don't know why the pictures are not coming. It's a bit heavy. All right. The map there shows the areas which we worked in with the colored ones, in the 5 districts, the only 2 districts which we did more than 1 municipality is Vembe and Capricorn. All right? Go further. So you can see how involving the work is. Surely those youths, they were idling and now they are, gainfully employed in some way. All right, go further. Go again. This is Vatsekeme, a multi-purpose cooperative, which we assisted in its formation, and it is in Gaula village. And these are the ones which built under our supervision the 2 big digesters at Tombisilika Agricultural College. So we are having already results coming from our training. They are already running, okay? Okay, these are some of the activities training opening sessions here in Vembe. That the guy who is staying there is the one manager for United Nations Industrial Development stationed in Pretoria, Mr. Nokwazi Moyo, and we were there also, official opening. The other guy who is on the left lower part is Mr. Rias Hamid from Sanedi, who is a funder to our projects. Go further. This is just to showcase the training sessions. It is one of our trainees demonstrating, to the others how to, identify the measurements on a plan, on paper, and putting it on the ground. All right. Group photo, most interestingly, if you can see that other group, those are the Capricorn District Municipality personnel who came to witness the training before they funded us. So they actually funded us after having been convinced that really what we were doing was something of value. You can go on. Just to showcase the processes of, from theory now to practical. They read the plan, they start putting markings and so on. So this is really something which these people are getting and which can be used even when we leave them. So that way it improves the sustainability of the whole thing. Move it further. Interesting stages of the building of the digester, starting marking, digging of the whole concrete, bringing up the dome, and as you can see, finally, the structure looks like that. The first part over that side, okay, fine, no problem. You are a bit fast, but anyway, let me Okay, so the last part, of course, I wanted to just indicate the most important chambers, those chambers which you see from the bottom right one. These are the compost chambers. And for us, those are the most important parts, the compost chamber and the gas. Because the compost chamber is the one in which we are actually doing composting. And the criteria for selecting households, they have to indicate that they've got a small, backyard space to do gardening. And they've got, of course, water, and they've got also, feed stock. And the feed stock is coming from these animals, which we talked about. Okay, go further. This one, I think for those who know, maybe our MEC may know, is the mayor of Bluebeck local municipality. He came to a field visit, seeing in his constituents what we had done there, and he was very happy. And that day, the project had only planned to build 12 for the households, but we were asked by the chief not to hand over before we build one for him. So we built one for him, a 12 cubic meter one, and for us, I can hear some people are laughing, maybe they think, for us it is very important because at the Moshate, every time we have people coming there, these are demonstration units which we are doing, and our intention is to sell the technology, and that's where many people are seeing it from. Already we are receiving calls to say, please, how can we have it? How can we have it? So we are happy with his a request for us to do it for him. Okay, let's move. I think the rest would be just photos. We also do research in the labs to characterize the waste, to see what is the potential of biogas of each and every waste which we use. So we've got students here who work right here at the University of Venda. Right now as we talk, they are in the lab working to characterize some different types of waste. Okay, move further. There I was testing a stove after plumbing was done, and you can see the flame. Special, you can't see it clearly because it is too blue, and too blue means too clean, you see? So for us, when we have that, we say we have contributed so much to the SDG achievement. I think you can just push the rest. Just push. These are now, sorry, go back to the recommendations. I think there I want to emphasize on the recommendation part. As I have already said, we are demonstrating and we are feeling that for all these talks which we are doing, we are thinking too high, smart cities, and really very smart. I saw the video, it was very nice, surely very nice. But if we don't bring up those communities to the level where they can really see the benefit of that. There are trends already moving. There are even good services in the malls, but some people may not have, access to get there because of their conditions. So improvement of those conditions will prepare us to go without much resistance to our, planned objectives. So we recommend that we reinforce support on these structures, and from government, if it is possible. I was even proposing with the SANED to say, we know that many of our community people do not have enough, feed stock to feed their digesters. Why not just, trying to put in place some support, restock, their livestock. In Zimbabwe, we had a heifer program where family would be given 2 heifers, and when those 2, give calves, the cows are not his, the first cows are not his, they go to the next. But it's a way to make sure that he has at least source of the waste. And for water, since our province is really water stressed, we can also couple it with rainwater harvesting. We have done that in the first projects which we were funded by WRC. Water harvesting, putting a tank, if you put a tank of 10,000 liters at a household with, a corrugated roof, that at one heavy rains, that tank can fill. And if it fills, you only want 20 liters a day to feed the digester. And after feeding the water, you don't throw it away. You can irrigate your crops. So you don't lose anything, but you can go over close to a year using that water if it is used for that. So that we need support. And we need also to keep on checking, putting our students, to engage, to apply do research in the field of biogas and do practice so that when they leave university, they are prepared to continue working in those communities or starting even new ventures.
I thank you very much. I'm sorry, maybe it has gone over 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dinaro. We are in the crux of the matter, the matters that we were theorizing about. And I think this is extremely encouraging indeed. I'm not going to repeat what you have said so eloquently, except to observe that I think this is the nexus between of theory and praxis, the nexus of an entrepreneurial state and an entrepreneurial university collaborating together to make sure that applied research is indeed deployed in communities to create a difference in ordinary people's lives. In the book, you will find a section that deals with what I call making the invisible economy visible. Some of our people are idling because they just don't have the exposure. And what you have demonstrated here is that even if they are not graduates of universities, but our youth, when they are exposed to the basics, even at the level of a household, you can be able to deploy technology that will contribute to clean energy and the reduction of gas emissions. Thank you very much for that. I think let's give him another round of applause, including the University of Venda. I'm going to call upon now Dr. Kelvin Arnault from the University of Bolton in the United Kingdom to come online through virtual presentation. He was supposed to join us earlier in the panel of Smart City, but there was unfortunately a glitch, and he's now on board, and we would like to request him to still make the contribution to emphasize the fact that as the Musina Makado SEZ is exploring relations with universities, not only here at home, but also abroad. And we are very, very thankful for that collaboration. Dr. Kelvin Arnault is a lecturer in electrical and electronic engineering at the University of Bolton, Greater Manchester, United Kingdom. He was a postdoctoral research associate in electrical and electronic engineering with the Manchester Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom to speak to us about smart energy cities. We started at the level of an industrial eco park, an eco-industrial park. We went into the household and into the community, and now we are going to listen to the smart energies that can be deployed within cities as we imagine our new smart city. Dr. Kelvin Arnault, please give us your presentation.
Am I still muted? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Kelvin Arnault, and I'll be talking about smart energy cities for the MMSEZ. Let me stand on the already existing protocols and move on to talk about how we could realize what is smart energy city and how does it apply to our discussion today. Let's start from the beginning, the story about these smart energy cities, which started around 1970, when people tried to make efficient energy. How can they make it green? And then that story grew up to, I find the laser. Excellent. That story grew up to include the smart grids and with low carbon emission, and then up to the point of distributed energy generation, where people could generate energy from different energy sources, including what Dr. David, if I'm correct, has just demonstrated. And then up to the 1980s, when they first, when they tried to use home PCs to control homes or energy in homes. And then down to the 2010, or in that range, when the concept smart energy city was really formalized. But just before I talk about that, let's run through some of the statistics that I think are very important. That back in 1950s, we know that up to 30% of the world population lived in the urban area. And then today, we have about 55% of the world population within the urban areas. UN believes that by 2050, about 70% of the world population is going to live in the urban area. And around that time, 90% of that population will be in Asia and Africa. Now, but looking at these statistics, what does that really tell? And looking at how developed, if you look at Northern America, which is, you know, the most developed, where people have almost everybody lives in city, compared to a high population, but with little. Now, what is that going to tell you? That this growth put stress on the existing infrastructure. And looking at South Africa in particular, we could see that South Africa is doing very well. And it is expected that about 80% of South Africans will live in the urban 2050. And then compared to the general African nation, Southern. And you look at these statistics, urban to rural, and you look at the population. So by 2050, majority of the people get to the urban center. And comparing the statistics as well, we see that South Africa, the growth, just small compared to the average African nation. And then now we have an idea of what the population is doing and how the dynamics, the demography, what have you, changing with time. Now the question is, how are we going to care for this population that is trying to move to cities, or at least how can we try to develop the neighboring cities or villages to make them cities that people could live in? The concept of smart city comes in, where smart city more than enough today. And there are some, in the literature, people have tried to identify the 6 smart city dimensions, what smart city is trying to improve. Environment, economy, governance. One key thing here that you may have observed is that there is no energy within the 6 dimensions. And then I'm not going to run through the definition of smart city. I just brought this for illustration. That looking at, we have 5% of population today living in cities. We have 80% of them come from the cities, and amount of global is from the cities. And this city is just a fraction of the, just about 2%. Begin to see the argument that to argue about. Oh, it is a 9. Oh, the other guy is saying it's a 6. Now, what we do here, what we have done here, of course, if you copy that verbatim and try to implement it in South Africa or any other part of the world, it might not work. That's why we have to try to tailor these to fit purpose that it is actually meant for. Now, I'm not talking about smart city, I'm actually talking about guys are debating, or more, some people are debating, oh, you are wrong, I'm right, you are right, I'm wrong. The same thing is city concept. So there are so many definitions or so many ideas that people have come up with. Some believe that it is a city of smart energy. Others, digitally mediated variant of local, whereas others claim it is just a smart city, a blend of smart city and low carbon cities. Guys that are interested in their building, making it energy efficient, also believe that, oh, just it's a smart building with some renewable energy resources and a storage system, and so on. There are so many arguments. And then there are also arguments about city, where some are arguing, oh, that smart city is the one that works or that produces information, whereas the intelligent city is the one that has information, which concept of smart that the first professor tried to, I might begin to look at smart energy city as the one that, deploys several techniques in a way to realize cleanliness, efficiency, energy practices when they are trying to harness, distribute, transmit, consume the energy resources. And of course, we must not forget the fact that the idea, what we are trying to work towards, is improving quality of life, the economy, we must the environment. Of course, we can as well take it in another dimension where we talk about a smart energy city as one that is intelligently able to generate energy from varying resources, optimize its usage, improve the economy and quality of life, of not forget the environment, which is the major message, the major information that the smart energy concept is trying to evangelize. So why do we do that? So the concept of smart energy city tries to look at, can we reduce the emissions? Can we increase energy generation? Can we minimize wastage? Can we as well improve the energy conservation? Of course, we are reducing emission, we are minimizing wastage, we are improving generation, but it must not be at the expense of quality of life, because you're actually doing all these things for the people. So if you stress the people because of this, I'm not sure how sustainable, smart that concept has fully materialized. So in the objectives, so we're trying to reduce or minimize energy wastage and the peak energy demand. And of course, we need to increase the value of renewable energy generation. And of course, this is quite important because when you generate these renewable energy resources, from biogas, from solar, from wind, from whatever source that you generate it from, one, it has to, the technology, the concept around it has to advocate for local usage. Because if you do not use this, if you do not encourage this, what you are trying to do in the end will be like, you generated the energy, suffer through the infrastructural transmission, and then waste a lot of them on the way. and then think of how could these, if they need to be sold, how can we do this within the area, within the locality, instead of long distance transmission? And then we will apply sensing and information, data collection, and the rest of them. The data that we collect should be used to enhance quality of life. I appreciate the fact that when you're trying to deal with energy, it is quite sensitive. There is security reason around energy data, and people are quite sensitive, sharing this information. So what technology, should be used? Do you think of federated learning and all that should be able to learn these without, compromising the individual's privacy? And then capturing the economic benefits of smart energy city, of course, again, for the people. I was looking at the chat area and I saw a lot of argument that was raised by Kyle and other guys. So it has to meet, it has to, be for the people, and define other fine-grained understanding of energy system that will enhance planning and operational capability. I actually took this, I didn't want to change it. I took it the way it was because this is not the main concept that I was trying to talk about. And when we talk about smart city, we know that there are several models. The most popular one is the Cohen model that developed 6 branches, and then all other things. But the key setback, the key disadvantage of that model is that it didn't talk about energy. However, if you look at the unified model, under the fact about smart energy city, smart city under facilities, that's not my main concept. Now, is there a way, if you look at those things that Cohen and all these guys talked about, the 6 dimensions, you begin to see that energy, smart energy, becomes the hub. If you're talking about environment, if you're talking about governance, if you're talking about economy or the people, mobility or living, you cannot do any of these without energy. So this becomes very important. And in all of this, we have to make it relative to the environment, to the locality, and make it really work, not to copy what maybe has been implemented in London, what has been implemented in Korea, or something that has been implemented in Manchester, not like that. And then the interaction, there are some interaction between these concepts. This smart energy city, the smart city, and the sustainable city. Let me make this clear that whether it is smart city, whether it is smart energy city, it does not replace the concept of sustainable city. Rather, whether it is smart city, the smart city should be able to enhance the sustainability of the city. The smart energy city should also enhance the smart city itself and should also enhance the sustainability of the city. Now, these are the key things that you think of when you're thinking of the sustainability of the city. And then if you look at this model, you could see that there are 2 parts to it. One of it is said to be real, and the other one is just labeled. In other words, if whatever we claim to be the part of smart energy city does not enhance sustainable city, then it doesn't work. And if whatever we claim to be part of smart city does not enhance sustainable city, it doesn't work, it doesn't follow. So the smart energy city should be on whatever concept, application of ICT, collaboration of key stakeholders, and integration of some domains, what we might call the soft or the hard domains. These must be able to enhance the sustainability of the city. Now, if you think of the urban planner idea of the smart city development, there are three key things that he's looking for. One is energy conservation, and the other one is efficiency, and the other one is renewable, is the energy renewable. And if you see, these cut across all other concepts, the stakeholders, ICT application, integration, and then the sustainability has to evaluate this, whatever concept that you adopt, it has to evaluate what is the benefit and what is the cost. And then before looking at how it points towards the objectives. One of my major criticisms of this model is that this energy or the three steps does not have one more thing, which is energy storage, which is a very key factor that we talk about, we try to consider when we talk about the concept of energy city. And then the infrastructure guy thinks of it in a way that he can easily model it in terms of three aspects: assets, infrastructure, and the consumer. And of course, if you think of it, it is easy to, conceptualize this and play with any of the parameters when you talk about the optimization of the model. This comes very handy. And of course, it captures the big data, the ICT, the microgrid, and the integration of different infrastructure and technologies that we have tried to, enumerate in earlier discussions. Now, I mentioned some of the interventions which are cross-cutting, because you talk about the buildings, the transportation, and mobility and energy. This what we might refer to as the hard domain, and we talk about the soft domain. Each of which, whether the hard domain or the soft domain, both of them try to cross-cut each other, which means they need to work hand in hand to achieve the goal of the smart energy city. And then this is one of the projects we are doing, or it's very soon need to be completed. This is already going on. The idea is we got about 600,000 from the UK, and it's in partnership with Nigeria. So the idea is we want to see, is it possible for us to create an intelligent clean energy market? And to deploy this, what we have done, we selected a school, and this school is connected to the grid. In Nigeria, of course, the power supply there is quite epileptic, so you shouldn't expect that always. And then we have some, backup from a diesel generator and some solar panels that are installed. Then the energy that is generated from all this, both the usage and everything, is we try to understand them. Part of the energy is also used to supply some of the neighboring businesses and homes. And then the data that we collect from this, we try to use the AI, the machine learning, to understand how this could be used more efficiently and how this could serve the people. There is another one that is already completed. It's called the Triangulum, which is carried out here in Manchester along the Oxford Road, or the Oxford Road corridor. This project is about 30 million euros, and then it combines a whole lot of things, trying to look at ICT, energy usage, and all these things to balance usage, consumption, and demand, including emission. This is Oxford Road. Oxford Road is just about 2-kilometer road, but this road is usually very busy. Now that it is September, students are back, this road is going to be busy again. The reason is this road leads to the city center, and to the left-hand side, you will have the Manchester Metropolitan University, and then to the right-hand side, you have the Manchester University. So in all, you have about 75,000 students in this area. It's quite busy. So this project brought together some, partners, the University of Manchester, the Manchester Metropolitan University, and the Manchester City Council. Siemens gave us some battery, 400 kilowatt lithium ion battery. And this battery is attached to this house. At night, this battery will be charged. Of course, here in the UK, I don't know what the situation is in South Africa. From 12 up to 5 a.m., the energy cost is cheaper. So at night, the energy will be stored. In the daytime, the energy from the clean energy from these solar panels on top of this greenhouse will be, used to supply to the battery. There is also 370 CHP that also supports the building. Now, what is happening? What happens is all this data, both the one that is obtained from the road, this Manchester corridor, and all these are combined and try to be observed at the central control center. So the controlling happens here. And then all these other building optimization, mobility, e-vehicles and e-cargos, how they use this new road, this new construction, will now be tried to understood. Triangulum is, just like the name sounds, is there are 3 major cities within Europe that were involved in the project: Manchester, and one other city in Netherlands, and the other one in ultra low emission zone. What happens? The implementation started on 8 April 2019. If you travel within this area and you do not meet up this standard, if you drive your car that is about or up to 3.5 tons, including bikes, and you want to drive in this area, you're going to pay £12.50 every day. And that £12.50 is every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, all around the year except the Christmas day. This is being expanded to other areas. And this is going to take effect on 25th of October this year. This other one started around 26th October 2020. So if you drive a car like big buses, lorries in all this region, you're going to pay £100 every day, including buses. So these are in effect to control the emission within the area. And then I will talk about the technologies, the enabling technologies. My interest is not about the technologies in smart city, but the enabling technologies in smart energy cities. Of course, looking at these, we know ICT and all these are the enabling technologies. Of course, what we are expecting next is the 6G, which believes that between my router and the base station is going to be wireless. So I no longer need to connect cables, run cables from my home to the interchange, and so on. And this is another project that we worked on. It's called, we are aware of virtual power plants and microgrids. Now, we are talking about distributed energy generation, smart ways of generating energy. But cluster the energy generator, the distributed energy generators, such that when this energy are generated, they can sell or share the energy within their local area. But the big question is, how would you know that somebody within your neighborhood needs this energy instead of selling it to somebody who is far away from you? In that case, the energy cost is going to be higher. Of course, in the UK, 65% of every energy bill that we pay is from non-commodity cost. And about 25% of that value come from the network charges. So we received 2 million, 1 million from the South Korea government, and then 1 million from the UK to work on this project. And this concept of using communication infrastructure to group these distributed energy generators, we refer to that as virtual microgrid. And we have templates of this now being, implemented around. And there is also the concept of smart building, which started as far as that 1970s when they tried to energy buildings that are energy efficient are referred to as smart buildings. Or in the 80s when they tried to use home PCs to control the building, they call it smart building. But today they try to bring all those together, such that our homes have sensors, actuators, controllers, and central control units, such that within the central control unit, whatever that the user wants will be programmed, set of rules will be programmed into that, and so on. Now, but above that, our interest is not just the smart building, but the smart energy building, because this energy consumption actually starts with buildings, industries, and so on. So, with what we call the smart building, on top of that, there are two additions. One is the renewable energy generation and the energy storage. And that makes up what we refer to as smart energy building. This is a very nice example, what we have in University of Bradford. And this was there, it has been there before even I started my PhD. And then we also have another one within the Manchester Metropolitan University, what they call the greenhouse, that earned them the #1 UK greenhouse in 2017. They have a whole village, campus village, living village, where they use green energy to manage. So we tried to, there are some examples that we did in my own school here. What we did was to see, in terms of the technology, we have solar panels, and usually from what you see here, these solar panels will be here forever. And then we try to make this intelligent such that the solar panels will follow the sun. So we build 2 copies of them. One does not move, it doesn't follow the sun. This other one here follows the sun. So we exposed that and saw on a cloudy day, this is what we saw. The one that does not have, that does not move or that does not follow the sun got this output. The other one had a higher output. And for a sunny day, we got something much better. We observed that the one that is intelligent, that follows the sun, that traces the sun, produces higher output than the static solar panel. So we could talk about barriers to implementing smart energy city projects. Last time when I listened to the presentation from this group, one of the things I noticed, some people were not happy about land, that their land were used for smart city projects. And I think this is another barrier that we begin to think about. So, which we can all group them into, is it policy, administrative, legal, financial, market, environment, including social and information and awareness. So these need to be factored in because these are the inhibitors, the inhibiting factors that are going to impel or slow down the implementation of smart energy city projects. And then just a final one, or the last one here, can we have talked about cities, making how to convert cities to smart energy cities. Now, but the big question here is, it's not just about cities, because it's just 2% of the Earth's surface. And then 80% of the global emission come from the cities. Perhaps with a smart energy city concept, we could use this to prove UN wrong, such that 70%, of course, more precisely 68% of the world population will not migrate to the urban centers. So the question is, what can we do to convert the villages? We are talking about Mokado, Musina projects, smart city projects. These are 2 cities, and then there must be villages that are around this area. How can we convert those areas? While we are trying to convert the 2 cities into smart energy cities and smart cities, is it possible for us to also convert those villages alongside? COVID has taught us a very good lesson around here, and people chose to stay more within the villages. Of course, bringing down most of the statistics or the dynamics of things that we saw, energy consumption and the rest of them. People stayed more in the village. So with digitization, IoT, communication, going more, penetrating more into the villages, people will tend to stay more within their local areas, work remotely, create their businesses. You don't need to come to the urban center. So the majority of the facilities that we have within the urban centers, if we can have them within the villages, people will tend to relax more, spread more within their villages, and then all those statistics that we showed in the beginning, and then we can tell UN, you are wrong. 70% of the people are not going to move to the cities in 2050. And then we see a whole large distribution of resources, economy, everywhere moving forward, and everybody being engaged. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And let me...
Thank you very much, Dr. Kelvin Arnaud. That really takes it to an international city. and what can be obtained there. The next speakers are going to respond to your question, Dr. Arnaud. Is it possible to create the smart energy villages? So we have, right now we're going to call upon Dr. Eric Maruta from the University of Venda, who is going to talk to us about a project at Vuani, a solar energy project at Vuani. I think he will demonstrate with his presentation whether it can benefit from the information that we have received, information such as to upscale it to virtual energy grids, which we can microgrids that can allow for local trading and distribution. Dr. Maruta is a lecturer in the Department of Physics within the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture at the University of Venda. He has a PhD in physics from the University of Bath in the United Kingdom in the field of renewable energy, looking at solar cells. So without any waste of time, please come and give us your input, and please limit it to 10 minutes because of time constraints. Dr. Maruta.
Good afternoon. I will start by saying all protocol observed, since I'm not really into politics, but I'm observing the protocols. It's always better to speak when all the gurus, when all the other gurus have spoken. I think then what you do most is just to say a little bit and show whatever you are doing. What I am here for to do is just to showcase the projects which are doing, the University of Venda is doing under the Vuani Science Resource Center, which is a science center more related to science engagement and showcasing the research of the academics at the University of Venda. I don't know whether you will share my presentation. I will try to go through it as quick as possible. I think the 10 minutes will do. Go to the next slide. I think the center really tries to be a center of excellence in the field of renewable energy, showcasing whatever is happening in the university and taking it to the community. Like what my other colleague was saying on biogas, what we are trying to do is to say, as researchers, especially as physicists, where people are saying physics is more difficult, we are saying whatever we're doing is physics, which is always you have in everyday to everyday life. But then the center, as an ambassador of the university, from the early childhood to the learners in grade 12, we preach the STEM engagement, where we're saying science, technology, and mathematics will be the one to improve the livelihood, especially in the rural areas. But apart from that, we have the renewable energy research which is done there. I will just go through three main things which we are doing, which is the PV system we have at the center, the monitoring of the carbon, because if we're talking about this smart city, then we have to be green, we have to monitor our carbon footprint. We have started at Vuani Science Resource Center to monitor that. Can you go on? Continue. Yeah. Then what we have currently, like all the other people were talking about the green energy supply on the smart city. The Vuani Science Resource Center also have started to have these green energy issues. And we have a 5-kilowatt plant which supplies the center. Currently we don't have the backup, but we have this energy coming or supplied during the day, and that's what we use as awareness to the rural areas to say we can use the solar PV system to supply energy wherever we want or wherever we go. We have this other little wheelbarrow, which when we do our science engagement, we carry it all over we go, where we can show the learners to say, you can come, charge your cell phone here, you can come and do these other things, by just showing that when the sun is there, we still have the energy. Apart from that, what we do, we are comparing the performance of this technology in the coastal and also in the inland, where we have that station at Vuan, where we are comparing the two technology. And we have the same station at Nelson Mandela University as the people at the coastal, where they are also comparing the performance of the same technology. Then after 5 years, what we are gonna look at is to say which technology perform better where. And that will also assist when we're talking about this smart city, that we will be knowing which technology can we use in the Limpopo side. And that is part of what we are doing. And apart from doing that, we can also do the economic analysis of if you are putting your plant on your household, how much will it save you? I think that's the most important thing to say, whether getting the energy, but then you can analyze to say, I'm moving away from ESCOM, but then how much am I getting out of what I've put on my roof? Carry on. Again. I think that's just a simple standalone PV system, which we currently, the one we're using, it doesn't have the battery bank, but then when we have the battery bank, then it means you can use your solar plant during the night and during the day, as the other speaker was saying. Can you carry on? This is the economic analysis which I was saying, that when you put your plant on the roof, then we are able to come and do the calculation to say your initial cost was, for example, 20,000. When will you manage to get rebates, not just rebates, but when are you going to see you have saved your funds by using the renewable energy? Just carry on. Carry on again. This is just a simple cartoon to say, sometimes people used to say whether the energy will, the renewable energy will work, but already we are saying this by looking at what is happening now, to say this cartoon, the guy needed food, and the other person was just saying, because I'm using renewable energy, it will take a while. But currently, the renewable energy is here. It's no longer taking a while. People are using it. Can you carry on? Again, just to the picture. These are some of the stations we have, where we have a mini, this is our mini weather station, where we are looking at the weather parameters just to monitor what is happening at the Vuani area, because the science center is at the location, is at Vuani, and then we are monitoring the effect of people there. But this one is just taking the weather parameters. We have the other one. Carry on. Again. We have this one, which we are monitoring the carbon footprint of the area at Vuani. And this one, we are comparing the same carbon footprint done by people around the Vuani area, and we're comparing with the same tower, which is in the Kruger at Skukuza Science Research Center, where we are comparing the footprint, carbon footprint from the animal and the carbon footprint done by the people at Vuani Science Research Center. These are the other two main projects which we are doing for renewable energy, to say, even when we are saying we are going for the smart city, but we need at that smart city to understand the carbon footprint we are producing at that smart city. And this will help us to say, this is the issue we can do during the designing and implementation of the smart city. Just carry on. This is what we do. We really host some summer school to train people around to understand when we're talking about soil temperature, how do we measure it? When we're talking about getting the carbon footprint from the Edu Coverance Tower, how we are getting it, and we're showing them the different measuring equipments we have there to understand what is happening through. Carry on. This is the same summer school we are doing at the Vuani Science Resource Center. But then apart from these two things, what we do also is to go to the community for community development. We do energy awareness to look at people so that they understand the energy from the different ways, to say we can do green energy. This is just the educators workshop where they come, we go through the center and have a tour, and then we workshop them to understand the PV system, so that at least now we know if somebody has enough funding, he can put the plant on his house. We also work with two projects for Muringa, where we have one at Makonde, and we are helping them to do solar water pumping. And this is the project at Makonde where they do different vegetable planting, and they do the process of Muringa. The next project is in Lewahomu, Sidikong Salirato, where they also do the process of Muringa. And what we help them with as Vuani Science Center, go to the next picture. I think it has the solar plant there, and they are using that for water pumping. And I think that's really what we are doing at the Vuani Science Resource Center. And I hope that will also help to say, if we are going to the smart city, we have community, already the university has started working with the community. We are talking about green energy together with biogas, solar plant, then we can combine, and then we have a way forward of saying the future is there when we are doing the green economy. Thank you. I think the next one is just the last thing. Thank you. I'm respecting your time.
Thank you very much. I think this somewhat answers the question, and I like the fact that Dr. Arnaud, you have yourself coined the concept of smart energy village. And this presentation shows us that indeed, instead of this just being an intervention in cities, it's also possible in villages, as we were also shown by the biogas study case. I would really encourage the University of Venda to develop some journal articles to demonstrate to the other Western worlds that are obviously concentrated their research on cities, to demonstrate what we are doing in the villages using the very same technology. To close it off for this panel is none other than Professor Mudimwa Warwa. I guess it is quite apt. Mudimwa Warwa Kanyane, who is an accomplished, well-published researcher with a doctorate from the University of Pretoria in the field of public administration, more than 15 years experience in lecturing at University of Limpopo, and 40 years as an academic professional. He's going to bring to the close of this panel a discussion around collaborative project on smart villages. And I think this is what makes me to say combined, all these inputs can really produce an important journal article that demonstrates what we are doing in our corner of the world, but which is making great difference to ordinary people in our communities. Professor Mudimu Wabarwa, the stage is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, just thank you. My role is just to entrench the concept of the smart village, and it should not be seen, the smart city and smart village should not be seen as contestation, but should be seen as an interface. Connect so that we can able to become very responsive and robust in driving the change in the lives of the community. Can we go to the next slide? Because I want to just formulate a conceptual issue here that the concept of a smart village can only be understood as communities that refuse to simply wait for change to happen on them, but communities that will participate as a co-creation and to be part of that change process. And it is again that community that come with the grassroots innovations and have initiatives that coalesce with the smart village and the smart city. So this is not an imposed arrangement, but a bottom-up arrangement that creates that grassroots revolution that I want to bring a notion here. So we actually need to formulate and make the smart villages active so that we can plug them to the smart cities. And in that way, you will be able to resolve the issue of an urban pool. And as you can see, the examples of the city of Johannesburg and the city of Ekurhuleni, because of the migration factor, they created some informal settlement in those cities, and the value of the property become degraded. Less even here, we can create ghost cities if we cannot able to connect smart cities with smart villages through a co-creation or bottom-up approach. In the next slide, we are just demonstrating that research has already been worked out. We have just produced a book publication which talk about culture and rural-urban revitalization. So urban-rural connect, this is an emphasis that we're bringing, the same as smart city, smart village connect. Because when we begin to interrogate these relationships and interfaces, we are actually going to even resolve the digital divide. Because we don't want disparities that is happening when we are engaging these conceptual practices. In the next slide, the emphasis is that in the Gandhi spirit of the soul in villages, that smart village intervention must not only be about poverty eradication, poverty alleviation. We should be talking about wealth and prosperity. That is the outcome of the households and the economic and the social conditions in the communities. In the next slide. The emphasis here is that we want to connect people with people. So there should not be people in the smart cities and people in the rural areas which are isolated from each other. So we need to connect people with people and people with nature. And that is the spirit of the soul in the villages, because people want to remain where they are. And I'm very happy since the morning and even this afternoon that people can still enjoy their life where they are within this mainframe of the smart city that we are talking about. The next slide. This is also a demonstration of all what we have been talking about, the biogas project, we have been talking about even the solar systems and all of this arrangement, connectivity. I'm looking forward to Makado Musina. When you get into the zone, you must just feel that you are already in a zone that is highly connected, but people can able to push their lives. What I'm bringing here is the bicultural community protocols. Gone are the days where we have exploiters of the villages, of the cultural heritages, rich in the villages where they get exploited. And just give you an example of when you see a cozy hotel with a thatch roof in the cities, but those were harvested in the villages. So there need to be some bicultural protocols that are within the framework of the Indigenous Knowledge Act, 1999. It's pushing this. We have already moved in the villages. We have done some capacity training and awareness of the community that they have cultural resources that no exploiter should come into them. In these spaces, we have already gone in the Eastern Cape, in the Northwest, and I think Limpopo should also go through these bicultural protocols, which are within the Science and Innovation Technology Department that are being sponsored. So that awareness re-engineer the communities to begin to see that they are empowered and they can be part of this innovation process. The next slide. Yeah, so in this situation, we already have some architectural designs of a smart village hub. So some work has already been done. So what we're also talking about is that the town planners and the urban planners must interface with the cultural planners, because we don't want to lose the cultural identities of the communities and find themselves being overwhelmed in the modern environment without losing our identity. So cultural planning is a profession which can able to help that. So when you see that hub, it has the element of the cultural planners who have done some work into these areas. Next slide, as I'm going towards the end. I think we can push again, the next slide. So this is just the design, one of the designs, cultural, architectural work that has been done that create a hub where I will able to say that those energies, smart energy, city or village, built into this hub, it has economic activities when we're talking about rural economy, so that the circulation of the economic activities and the transactional activities that are happening, you can then able to see that is very critical. Even the buildings that you are coming up, we can use the 3D printing, of course, that is a solution, but you have the cultural architectural work there that does not lose the identity of that particular community. If you're looking Vuani, if you're looking Makado, you're looking any other areas, you still retain the cultural identities. An example is the Ndebele identity. If you know, you follow through Dr. Esther Mahlangu, who has come up with some of these drawings, artistic drawings that was also in the BMW project, some fineries there. But this is the hub where you can have the biogas project, you can have all of these things happening in that particular village, rotating money amongst themselves, be monetized in a way that they can make through. In the end, I hope this is just linkages of all the smart technologies that we are talking about. Wind energy, we cannot talk in wind energy this side, but if we have heat, you can able to see that you can connect easily with that. Wind energy can be in the PE side, hydro in the coastal. So you first have to scan the environment and find yourself in the niche so that you can able to drive these energies that we have been talking about. Lastly, these were just examples of what I've been saying. Fintech services is very important. In Kenya, you have M-Pesa, which is the money financial transaction in the farms, where you don't need ATM, you don't need even banks, which are conservative with high interest, which is we're in a capitalist environment. But we can able to have fintech services where a farmer can transact through a phone without via the bank. And we have a banking solutions, a fintech solution in Kenya and I think Zimbabwe as well. So when we usher in this, so we find ourselves providing services that are affordable, but communities that can able to stand the test of time. Thank you.
Much. Thank you so much, Professor Mudimuwabarwa Kanyane. And we apologize for pressing you there, because it is clear that your input is quite impressive, quite important as well, teasing some of the epistemological issues of the conceptualization of how we need to understand smart cities from the context of the environment that we live in. In the case of Limpopo and Vembe, is the villages that are going to surround such smart cities of the future. And this brings us to the end of our panel, and I think the end of this very, very important and fulfilling symposium. I personally would like to thank you, CEO of the Musina Makado SEZ, Lishonolo Masuha, for inviting me. I've learned a great deal. I think that if I were to go and do another PhD, I will definitely locate it on the great work that's being done at this corner of the world. The great thing about a university is that it's an interdisciplinary platform. You have so many disciplines here that are being studied and researched under one roof. We have heard a lot about energy, but as you can imagine, a city is more than just about energy. there are many features that are necessary in building a city. I would be interested to know what the departments that deal with water, that deal with transport networks, that deal with telecommunication, human settlements, what work they are doing in the villages that will complement the idea of a smart city between, at the Musina-Makhado Spatial Economic Zone. What has emerged very clearly out of this presentation is a seamless interface between smart technologies as we think of them in terms of cities of the future, but as they are being deployed currently in the rural villages. I think this is quite important for the imagination of the city that you want to build. The important lessons have been shown, as Professor Mdimu Wabara was saying, grassroots to top and top to bottom interface is being lived exactly at this hour as we imagine a new city. So with that being said, let me hand back over to the CEO, Mr. Masocha, to come and announce how we're going to close the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Rachtanga, for the job well done, and thanks very much to the very last panel. And time is indeed the worst enemy you can ever imagine. I was so much wanting to hear some more from Professor the God of the Sons, Kanyani. I know Dr. Ganyani to be a guru in the field of governance. I didn't know that you also interact with villages and cities. We know when Dr. Gods of the Sons talks about governance and corruption, MEC, he speaks about it like he speaks about the derby between Pirates and Orlando Chiefs. That's how passionate and eloquent he is about that subject matter. But I'm happy to know that he's also a guru in this area of the smart things of life. Honorable MEC and the directors of Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone, SOC, I don't know as to whether at this point in time, we as management, we owe you an apology for overworking you, or you owe us an apology for overworking us. Because we are supposed to finish this work at 4 and now it's 5. I don't know who's owing who an apology, but all I know is that ourselves and yourselves, we owe our people an explanation as to why are we rushing slowly. That's all I'm certain about. There is so much to say, to thank everybody who has been part of this exciting occasion. And I don't want to steal your thunder, Honorable MEC. And I know that you may not have the name of everybody who has spoken here, the name of everybody who has contributed to the success of this event, including the people who sit behind the scene. But I know you will thank them, all of them, including all of us, including me. And that being the case, I would want to invite you to the stage to do the honors of thanking all of us and closing this auspicious occasion. Let's give him a round of applause.
Program Director, the CEO of Musina-Makhado, SEZ. I guess I must answer the question that whose time is being taken. I guess the ones who have interviewed you, they have asked you a simple question. are you able to work under pressure? And the answer will be, by all means, even if I go home by 12 o'clock, I will not worry. So for me is that we all here to work and work for our people. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to thank my colleague who was acting on behalf of the Premier, MEC Masimula, the host, University of Venda, led by Dr. Bernard Ntabelin. I would also like to acknowledge the co-host, which is the Dr. Mufasi Likota and his board for organizing this symposium. To distinguished moderators, keynote speakers, The provincial government has invested 600 million of public resource for the development of security and bulk infrastructure in the medium term. We have an approved Limpopo Township and Rural Economic Development Strategy that recognizes development through a bottom-up approach from village units. We have a state-owned company, the Musina Mercado SEZ, which is led by the competent chairperson, Dr. Mufassil Kota, the board and the administration wing by the CEO, Mr. Masuga. We are working with strategic partners to develop the Limpopo high-speed rail that will connect Johannesburg with Musina and Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Program Director, we in Limpopo believe that the President Cyril Ramaphosa was talking to us when he was dreaming of the smart city. We know that we are among the 3 smart cities to be declared in South Africa alongside Lanseria and Tshwane megacity. We have started to put the pillars of the Musina Mercado smart city together, and the goal is to realize it in our lifetime. We welcome all partners and interested parties in the journey. We thank you, University of Venda, UN and UNDP for the partnership in the journey of smart thinking and smart thinking. We thank you, Premier Mathabata, for having allowed us to dream without limit, and we will not disappoint you. Thank you very much.